and welcome along and welcome back to the Farming Simulator League for the third tournament of season 4. I'm Birch Farmer, and I am joined this morning by Mr. Kerminator. How you doing, Kermit?
Hey, what's up, Alex? Good morning. Hey, we're going to see each other in person here in like a week's time. We'll be at TwitchCon. Looking forward to that. But for now, we've got some awesome Farming Simulator League action coming our way this weekend. And I'm excited for this third tournament. I feel like this is the part of the season where things start to kind of take shape a bit more. So I'm interested to see how things go. Trelleborg, of course, have continued to be Trelleborg, haven't they, Alex?
They have very much, and you can see that Trelleborg's strategy at the moment is beginning to solidify, and they're beginning to get the feel of the other strategies that the other teams are bringing together. And you're right in that this is the really interesting part of the season where all the changes and everything that have come into being with season 4 are now beginning to solidify the strategies of each of the different teams. And it's not surprising to see Trelleborg out at the front of that. But I think we're beginning to see the teams settle down into their own rhythm now. The big question, I think, is there anybody really who can beat Trelleborg at the moment?
Well, I have to say, I've been pleasantly surprised with Vermeer's Flamboyant so far this season. Of course, last month, they did get a bye into the quarterfinals because their potential opponents didn't show up in the play-ins, so they automatically got a bye actually straight into the semifinal because of that. And then they were able to beat Valtra, to their credit, and that is not an easy task. We're going to have this intro video right now, and we'll be right back with more.
Welcome to the Farming Simulator Tournament Client Tutorial. This video will give you a quick overview of the game mode. A match consists of 2 teams with 3 players each. As soon as the lobby is full, the game starts with the pick and ban phase. Here, vehicles and machines with specific characteristics and different advantages can be chosen. First, the 2 team captains take turns banning vehicles that are unavailable to either team during the course of the game. In the pick phase, the captains can select a powerful team perk and optionally choose to reserve a harvester and a baler. Following this, all players in turn choose their own tractor and individual player perk. A small challenge during the pick and ban phase is the limited time and points a team can spend. Choose wisely so that you have enough points for each player on your team. For more details on vehicles and perks, check out our stat sheet at fsl.giants-software.com. Before you start into the game, let's take a quick look at the view. The map offers for both teams hilly terrain, 2 separate fields, and a barn and a silo on each side. You can get to your barn via 3 dynamic drawbridges. But be careful, crossing them might be difficult as they are tied to your opposing team's bridges. You can, however, take the safer route over the stone bridge instead. As soon as the game starts, each player sits in their selected tractor in the starting area. Make sure you have a quick look around, as random combines and balers spawn on the pods around the starting area. But only one team can claim each piece of equipment, so be quick or you might miss out. If a team manages to secure all of the combines or balers, the game ends in a rush. Unless the team is well prepared and has secured a vehicle or piece of equipment during the pick and ban phase. So how do you win? The goal of the game is to score more points than the opposing team. You get points for bales delivered to your barn. To increase the bale value for bales put into the top of the barn via the conveyor belt, you have to sell your grain harvested in the field at your team's silo. When doing so, you not only improve your own multiplier and lower your opponent's, but you also influence the speed of the conveyor belt at the barn. But watch out! During the 15 minutes of gameplay, things can change in an instant. Random drops appear at minutes 12, 8, and 4. Each drop can provide your team with a buff or your opponent's team with a debuff, so make sure you choose the drop that best fits your current strategy or goal. Ready to prove your farming prowess in the FSL arena? Then gather your friends and form your team on our website at fsl.giants-software.com. Train hard and compete in one of our tournaments. Have fun and happy farming.
So there we go. There are the basics of the FSL presented by. I can't quite. It's the voice.
Yeah, I'm much more well rested. Me is who we heard. My voice will get there this morning. I've got the coffee next to me. So yeah, something Trelleborg we were talking about
Yes.
right before the video. And you know what? I was talking about Vermeers actually, and they surprised a lot of people, I think, last month in tournament number 2. And they took that first game against Trelleborg. They scored 1,000 points. They won it 1,005 to 1,003. That was like one of the craziest games we've seen this season so far. But then they just absolutely collapsed in the last 2 games. They got 452 and then 647, and then lost the best of 3 in the final to Trelleborg. And that's something we've seen happen from time to time. A team can get a game off Trelleborg, but can't quite get that second win.
It's often also that Trelleborg have been very, very good at entering teams as soon as they play them. I mean, there is a reason we call them the Borg, for their ability to adapt to whatever gets thrown at them. But you can see the effect that this has had with Vermeers Flamboyance coming in, having got a bronze place in the first round, and having got in the first tournament, and then having got a silver in the second, coming second in the second. That has put them in second at 120 points, which they are biting at Trelleborg's heels.
We just saw the standings on screen there briefly. By the way, you're seeing Klaus and Steven on screen. You're hearing myself and Alex if you're watching the English language broadcast. But Bednar and Valtra, tied for third place as well coming into this week. But I think what stands out for me, the story for Vermeers, is that there was a story about them practicing a lot. And if you go look at the FSL standings, their B team is actually tied for 7th place towards the bottom of the table right now, too. So now they have 2 teams represented this season, and they've been practicing the FSL a lot over the past several months, and it's showing out there in the virtual arena for sure.
Very much so, and I think they are, as you said earlier, I think they are a team to watch. I think, like we had with Valtra coming through at the end of last season and just decimating everybody. Vermeers are starting this season in a very similar position. They are a team that is beating teams that that we would we would think would easily make it through, and they're beating them well, and it's really good to see.
Right. So we're not going to actually see either of those top 2 teams today. So we're going to have Astragon versus Cortiva as our first match. We're going to have Valtra against Power Team Esports. So a couple of teams there. Third place Valtra, Power Team Esport tied for 7th. Astragon tied for 7th at the moment as well. But Cortiva, as of yet, not on the board this season. We'll have My Insanity versus OEG and Bill and Bull versus Diatka. And those will be the 4 broadcast matches today during the play-ins. Of course, plenty of action from the quarterfinals all the way to the final to come your way tomorrow, same time, same channel. And thanks everyone joining us on Twitch and YouTube and Facebook today.
And that is
Alex,
that is a good point that you brought up a minute ago. In that the big name that is missing from the standings at the moment is Cortiva. They haven't posted points yet this season, which is quite a fall from previous seasons. From last season, I suppose last season was their first one. So we are going to see whether they can get past Astragon now and get towards putting some points on this board.
It'll be interesting to see. Astragon, an interesting team in their own right this season. We've got Baramatsa, who has made his way into the Astragon team this season. Bam Bam has the best facial hair in all of the Farming Simulator League. And I think that from the sound of it, I'm going to meet some of these guys during FarmCon, and you'll be there as well, Alex, won't you? So
Indeed.
it's going to be a fun time at TwitchCon and FarmCon coming up. But like I said, we've got FSL before that, and Cortiva. Man, they were such a solid team throughout like the first 6 or 7 tournaments of last season. So I'm looking for them to kind of get back to that same form that we've seen for them. A little bit of mix up, of course, across the rosters in a lot of teams, but Rablix, top player in the FSL in his own right, and we'll see how Cortiva can perform today. They could do with moving on and getting themselves into the quarterfinals, getting some points on the board for this season.
And we've had our ban phase. Not a lot of surprises here. Astragon immediately getting rid of the telehandlers, while Cortiva have gone for the bigger pieces or the bigger and cheaper tractors. That Deutzfahr being the fastest tractor in the tournament next to the Fendt. Whereas the Vultra is actually the second most powerful. And so it takes a couple of options off the board. Both Bam Bam and Rablix going for the same tractor, though, and both teams actually having reserved an ideal and gone for that is.
Is that the case in the New Holland Baylor?
I think that's the case in the New Holland Baylor, and I'm just looking at the team perk bottleneck. Yeah, so they are.
Bottleneck.
They're to get to my right sheet. Everybody's been using bottleneck. I don't know why I needed to look that up. So yeah, 2 out of the 3 bridges are raised for both teams going into this. Very similar setup here.
Yeah, the safer route may strike pretty early here in the online tournament number 3 of season 4. I know that that static stone bridge is kind of become a meme so far this season. We've heard the bridge of death, the bridge of doom, the safer route, whatever you want to call it. It has claimed many a victim already with bottleneck in play a lot this season. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes.
Both teams kicking it off. Lucas and Rablix heading off down this way, racing for that case Baylor. I think Rablix against a member of Astragon. I think Rablix is going to get it. Ooh. Just manages to pip the Astragon player to the post there. Major Melon going into their ideal combine. Oh wow, Astragon have managed to get both. Have managed to get 2 ideal combines, so that has forced the Cortiva team into the New Holland. And
interesting to me, Alex.
Yep, go on.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that like last season we saw a lot of teams reserve a Baylor and start their first bale up that far end, and now we see a lot of teams doing what Cortiva are doing here, where they go grab a harvester off the pod, grab a baler off the pod, and then drive straight to that area that's closest to the barn. And Rablix, 140 points to start the weekend. Not too bad. Not too bad. I think 145 is still our record, isn't it?
That is an impressive first bale from Rablix. Meanwhile, Astragon coming in, and it's Bam Bam with their first bale. It is going to be significantly lower than Cortiva's was. 115, so 25 points in it already, just off the first bale.
You can make that up, but oftentimes when it comes down to the slimmest of margins, you can easily look back to the very beginning of the round in the first bale and say, we can improve that a little bit. We could have won that. So we'll see if that comes into play when we get 13 minutes off of the board here and get to the end of this first round. Remember, best of 3 in all of these matches this weekend.
It's one of those things where having to come back from a deficit of more than one bale is harder. So Astragon have given themselves an uphill struggle here because 25 points is exactly that. Without any kind of multiplier, it is going to mean they've got to score at least 2 more bales worth than Cortiva as it stands at the moment in order to get rid of that deficit that they're currently in.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out now. Like if you play each other like for like, it's going to be hard for Astragon to make up that gap. But of course, there's so much more to play. We're 15 seconds away from our first drops of the game, so those can start to swing things. Maybe a mistake will happen. The stone bridge, the safer route will strike again. Who knows how to play out? But let's see what our 12th minute drops are. We've got speed limit, and we've got direct delivery. And it's in a decent spot, decent spawn, but I don't know if anyone's going to be actively heading that way. It's kind of close to the barn. You're not quite ready to go to the barn at this point of the game.
Oh, Cortiva have gone for speed limit.
There you go.
Yeah, Astragon are nowhere near.
Speed limit's been a popular one we've seen picked up this season so far, Alex, when it's out there. It gets picked up quite a bit.
Looking at Cortiva did make a small mistake earlier, and they're now dropping this here, and speed limit being grabbed by Astragon to even things up. But they seem to let one of their harvesters get full until the overloader could reach it, and that may have cost them some very important seconds. Especially as that was the ideal combine, which is the one that you want to keep moving because it has the slightly smaller width on its header, therefore takes slightly longer to fill up as a result. Now, both teams have dropped their grain, and it's a very even matchup. I think Astragon, in order to win this, are going to need to do some disruption. They're going to have to do something that disrupts Cortiva's game in order, as we were saying, to make up that deficit from earlier.
We love a good disruption, don't we? It's something that you really need to do to be at the highest level of the FSL. It's what Trelleborg does better than anyone, I would say. Like, teams can, almost match them in the execution of harvesting the grain, delivering the grain, even scoring bales, but it's those disruptions and the ability to adapt that'll often set you apart. So, yeah, it could very well come down to that because you're talking about teams that have gone with the same exact team perk. So you're going to have to find a different way to disrupt. Maybe the drops will go in your favor. The super drop, of course, can always change the course of a match as well.
Interestingly, at the moment, Astragon... Cortiva have 3 bales to Astragon's 1. So, as it stands right now, Astragon are actually 4 bales down in this in order to get the points to win it. That is slightly worrying at this stage. I mean, there is lots of time to play, and we've still got over 9 minutes left. For them to get. If they get something like Crazy Tool or something like that, they'll be able to produce these extra bales. But certainly at the moment, Cortiva seem to be in the better position overall.
Yeah, they're moving right along as they would probably want to be at this point. The 8th minute drop is where I think teams need to be ready for potentially bale multiplier showing up. And it looks like Cortiva may be doing just that. It's going to be interesting to see if Lucas will try to score any of these now, or if he's bringing them over in anticipation for the 8th minute drop. It looks like he's going to go ahead and score them.
Yeah, straight in. That is interesting. I'm guessing it's a case of getting points on the board without not wholly knowing exactly what's going to have at that 8th minute. They're slightly in the lead. They can afford to put a few bales in, and it makes sense. And Bauer is right by that 8 minute drop. Doesn't know it because he doesn't have sixth sense like we do. But yeah, he was right there and could have very quickly and very easily picked that when it drops right about now. And the bridge is lowered versus Bale
drop
for a single
Yeah.
bale.
Well, that wasn't the most exciting 8th-minute drop. Bridges lowered
No.
could be helpful if you're trying to bring some bales in now, since both teams are using bottleneck. You'd have the ability to access all of the bridges and start bringing some bales into the barn. It looks like Cortiva are now delivering their grain to answer back. So Astragon were hoping to score some of those with the multiplier in their favor, but their belt was going so slow there that it's not going to happen. It's back to even now, and still a 25-point lead for Cortiva.
You kind of need to have the bales nearly the top of your conveyor when you're dropping grain like that, because that is exactly what happens. A good team like Cortiva will immediately respond, will immediately get it back, and that advantage just disappears.
Yeah, we're not really seeing a lot of advantages in the multiplier in this season so far either, are we? It's like teams are almost always canceling each other out at that 2 times. So it'll be interesting to see how Astragon could potentially get back into this. Right now, they only trail by 5 points, but they're trailing by 5 bales out there at the moment, too.
Somehow that little difference between these two teams is getting bigger. And yeah, it's not good for Astragon for that to be happening, because yeah, they have that uphill struggle to get the extra points in, and if it keeps going like this, if it's at this even keel the whole way through to the end, I think this is going to end in a Cortiva win. We do, however, in 2 minutes' time, have that super drop at 4 minutes, and as we've seen many times, the right super drop comes down and it can change everything.
Very well can. We're going to find out in a minute 45 what that's going to be. Astragon are going to need it to go in their favor. Here comes Matza across the stone bridge. Nicely done. And this is what we've seen a lot with bottleneck and play by teams, is you have to wait for your teammates to get out of the barn area and get into it. Teams are oftentimes, almost running into each other because they only have that option to go on the safer route, if you will. Having a look at Rablix and Lucas there. Here's Matza for Astragon. One falling off the belt for him.
Hard to afford little mistakes like that if they're gonna catch this up. 280. Look at all those bales Cortiva have, and they are ahead by 25 points still. That is not good. How do they have so many bales there, and yet have the same number of bales out as Astragon do? That's nuts.
And Lucas is really solid at stacking. Going well with the John Deere at the moment. This is, one of the preferred stackers to use in the FSL, because you can get 3 on the front, but it's very stable to grab stacks of 2 like that as well and score 2 at a time.
Much
now
more
going to attempt the same.
Much more stable than the little Lintner that John Deere.
Yeah. But you know what? If you can master that little thing.
Well, but that's the thing. That little Lintner is really maneuverable, so it's quite useful. It is bale points, and it has been grabbed by Cortiva. Oh,
brutal!
They are just piling on the pain.
105 now. Yeah, that might be all she wrote for the first round here, unless something absolutely insane happens.
No, there are not the points there at the moment for Astragon, and I don't know how they can get points. Yeah.
Good to see my colleague, the famous Jenny Giants, in chat, and everyone is talking about food this morning. You can tell it's a Saturday morning. We've had a lot of pancake talk and all kinds of other stuff being talked about.
This is the reason why I have a full English before I started FSL.
Proper man over here. All I had was some overnight oats because you got to be careful what you eat when you wake up at 1 a.m.
Feldon, I feel fairly confident in my prediction. Cortiva have been all over this from the start. And it would take a miracle, I think, at this point for Astragon to win at 2 minutes left. They are 4 bales short. And
So that was 38 bale points that Cortiva got. So like it was 25 on the first bale, and then you add in that 38, and man, that's going to be tough to make up on bales, especially when you're trailing the bale count as well.
And 2 minutes left on the clock. We have it's still a 2 bale advantage to Cortiva and over 100 points.
Yeah. It's going to take a crash into the moat or something from Cortiva to mess it up at this point, but even that might not be enough.
They've delivered so many bales to their barn. I don't think it would. There's more than 5 bales sitting there.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't notice this, but apparently we won't be seeing Herman this weekend. They did not register for this tournament. Of course, we saw them towards the top of the standings last season, but they're another one of those teams like Cortiva who has of yet this season not been able to get into the quarterfinals and get on this circuit point leaderboard. So hopefully we'll see them back next month, but we will not be seeing Herman this weekend.
Last 50 seconds. Teams desperately trying to get in as many bales as they can. It is... Oh, that lead has just gone massively out in Cortiva's favour now. 155 points ahead. With equal numbers of bales left in the field. I think that is game over for Astragon as we go down to the last 20 seconds. No way Astragon can get enough bales in to cover this now. It looks like it is going to be 150 difference. And 755 to 920. Any more going in? Yeah, 930 and 775. But it does go to Cortiva for this first match.
Yeah, that was
this first game, actually, not this first match.
It was I mean, it's so people probably especially if you're tuning in for the first time and right after the first bale, there's still 13 minutes to play, and Alex and I are already like, well, it's gonna be hard for Astragon to get back into this. They're gonna have to have something go their way, and nothing went their way. The rest of the 13 minutes that ticked off the board, it just kept going Cortiva's way. They got the bale point super drop. So if that had gone the other way, it would have made it a little bit closer. But if I'm Astragon, like, you have to sit there and think, what can we do better? Like, they didn't really make any major mistakes other than just not matching that first bale. And then Cortiva, though, just kept methodically moving along. So you're going to have to, I think, maybe find ways to disrupt, as we say all the time.
I think you're right. The big thing that struck me at the end of that was seeing the number of bales each team produced. So each team delivered, 41 bales were delivered by Cortiva there, 34 for Astragon. You can't win matches like that unless you are, you have a massive multiplier that you can't not have enough bales delivered. And it was, and they still had 4 bales out on the field. So even adding those in, they still, if they delivered every single bale, they would have still been 3 bales less than Cortiva actually delivered. And yeah, they've got to do something about producing more bales quicker and getting them back.
It's interesting as well because Astragon had 2 ideal combines there. And, we're so used, I think, to last season. The ideals were like the harvester to get, right? And if you got two of them, more often than not, that's what teams were going after. That's what they coveted to attain. But yeah, it didn't work out so well for Astragon there. And Bale count, I feel like, is more important this season than really it has been in a while, because we're not seeing as many combo points. We're not seeing as many large gaps in the multiplier for the teams. So it really comes down to, can you get one more Bale at least than your opponents? So you've got to be able to match your opponent in the Bale count.
And it is really absolutely the Bale count now, with everything evening up in the multipliers. Teams very much matching themselves, especially if they've both got the bridges up, the bridges raised with the bottleneck. It does make it that much more important to get those Bales back. And so we're going to see, are Astragon going to come back and produce the extra Bales they need to win this second game?
There's some questions in chat about the matches we'll see today. So after this one, we'll have Vultra versus Power Team Esports. We'll have My Insanity versus OEG. And then we'll have Bill and Bull versus Diatka. Those are the four for today.
Now, are we expecting a similar set bans here from Cortiva and Astragon? No, we're not.
Okay.
Astragon have banned
that's a bit of disruption,
case.
maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what Rablix used. I'm not sure if that really is why he got 140, but at the very least, a little bit of disruption.
It does mean Cortiva have to think carefully about what they ban, because now only one of the telehandlers is banned. So it is very disruptive in that it opens the field on what the teams can select so much more.
Okay, well, Bottleneck, we're pretty much seeing the same thing here. There's the New Holland versus the Case and the Baylors, both with the Ideal, both with Bottleneck. So pretty much similar as far as the captain pick phase goes. I assume the player pick phase will be similar.
Just trying to check out those two Baylors, and yeah, it's a slightly higher work speed for the New Holland and a slightly lower amount of fill volume needed for the Case. I'm wondering if that's where we're seeing the extra bales come from for Cortiva.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, is work speed better than 200 liters less in fill volume? Will those 2 extra kilometers per hour make up for the 200 you're missing out on the fill volume? I don't know. But it does seem like that Case has been, worked well in the first round at least. And we've got, look at this, the exact same setup of machines and player perks here. So again, we're going to see these teams pretty much playing the same sort of game. It's going to just come down to Bale count at this point.
And neither team going for that remaining telehandler, interestingly enough, as well.
All right, here we go. If Cortiva wins, they move on. If Astragon wins, we'll have the third of the best of 3. Let's do this thing. We're going to have some battles. It looks like we see Rablix and someone from Astragon going for this Baylor. Rablix taking an interesting approach. And he's going to get beat to this because of that. That was interesting. That's the kind of approach you make when you're just going to hop in a harvester, not when you're trying to grab a Baylor. So he's beaten to that, and already it's starting better for Astragon. If they can get ahead in the first Bale this time around, they'll be a lot better off.
And interestingly, that means Astragon have the other Case Baylor that's available. So that evens things up a little bit as well, I think.
Yeah, so Rablix now is on the far side because he had to go grab the John Deere from there. And this is not going to be 140 points this time. But look at this. Somehow, Astragon is still going to be arriving later at the barn. I'm surprised by that. I thought for sure they would already be at the barn.
He did make it across the bridge. Both teams taking the cautious approach to first bale. 125, and Bam Bam has
Bam
missed.
Bam's missed. He does get it pushed in. So only 6 points this time, but man, I thought for sure Astragon were gonna, get 130 or so there and beat Cortiva to the punch, but it wasn't the case. See Major Melon now with the New Holland Combine, making a path to the grain cart.
We've got Bam Bam coming back out with Case Baylor now. Now that John Deere Baylor that Rablix had, that does have an even higher work speed than New Holland. That's got a 24 mile an hour work speed, or kilometer per hour work speed, I should say. Sorry. Here I am using the Imperial units.
I appreciate it.
We're a bit mixed up over here. We like our Imperials sometimes and our metric others.
Yeah, that must be confusing. But at least you can handle both as well. All right, 125 to 119.
And both teams emptying into their overloader. Again, it looks like Cortiva got to the point where that ideal combine was full. And although they had to stop for a lot less time this time, it still had to stop.
Herbicide and silo closed.
Ooh, that could be really disruptive. Both teams are still filling their grain.
Kind of in a weird spot. Because if you're in a combine, you're going to have to go on foot. But anything is possible, as we saw Wooler from Trelleborg traversing the bridge without it even being down last time. He just went over the middle drawbridge with the telehandler. And he did mind the gap, literally. And Silo Close has been picked up by Cortiva. Matza's coming for it and falls in the moat, but gets up.
Is he going to make it?
Jumped in Herbicide there.
Oh. So Silo Close for both teams. Rablix not able to drop the grain in time, and Bam Bam getting blocked from doing it as well. Imperial units are the best. It depends. You try and work out what anything is from Imperial units, and it's a pain in the butt.
Oh, it's so peaceful. The sounds, like as we're following Bam Bam running around here, there's no tractor sounds, and we're just getting the nature sounds. Oh, what a peaceful, lovely day of Farming Simulator until someone falls in the moat in a couple of minutes.
Bam Bam must be heading over to grab the baler, I'm guessing. Rablix deciding to stick with that John Deere baler rather than going for the case. Which does surprise me a little bit. That case definitely had a big impact on them winning last time.
Right, and then Astragon were able to get the case off of the pod, so they've kind of canceled that out. So maybe now the work speed of the John Deere is more preferable. Maybe they're just adapting on the fly. Who knows? It's fun to see as the season continues to play out, Alex. Like, teams are starting to become more comfortable with a different type of strategy, and even like some of the equipment that you would have never dared to select last season is coming into play this year. So it's been fun to watch season 4 so far and see all these things start to take shape and play out.
Yeah, definitely, it's a whole. It's taking out that transport company has caused a whole different approach for every team in the FSL, and this does seem to be the dominant strategy at the moment. The bottleneck, followed by just trying to get as many bales in as possible. We have seen Trelleborg successfully disrupt this a couple of times. And
Right.
why are they leaving that combine there? Now, Major Melon is running out to grab it, but that's a lot of time taken to not
sure
take
that
that
was
combine the whole way.
Maybe partly due to the silo close drop happening. Both teams have right around 60,000 liters of grain. In fact, Astragon has slightly more. And I wonder if that will be enough to give them a slight advantage in the multiplier, because they could use that at the moment.
Both teams now positioning their combines. I don't think either team has a dual ideal setup here.
Crazy
Although
tool
there
and
is-
speed up.
Crazy tool,
Gotta
I
be
think,
Crazy
is
Tool.
useful for any team right now.
Yeah, it's got to be Crazy Tool, right? We're seeing, I think that's Bam Bam for Astragon running towards it now. Lucas on foot, jumping over from the... He's picked speed up. So I think I love Crazy Tool way more than a lot of the teams do. Bam Bam, thank you for
and Bam
picking
Bam's
it.
in perfect position with a smaller volume required per baler to just make the most of the 20-odd seconds he's got to produce as many bales as possible.
I'm wondering if they have another baler being run right now. No, there's one of his teammates coming back from the barn. Not sure. The other one might be at the barn with the grain. So still, though, that was pretty helpful. They have a 5-bale lead now, Astragon, and they only trail by 2 points, and they are going to start delivering this grain now as well. They're almost out of it, and then Cortiva have 22,000 stored up to respond with. So for now, if Astragon can score some of these bales, they do have an advantage. It's starting to be flipped back, though.
I'm not sure they've got anyone in
Ooh, not
position
enough.
to actually do this.
Oh, they've got some left. Okay. Yeah, so it's going to be 2-2. We're just not seeing much separation. Ooh, that's going to be tricky with that bale sitting there. Ooh. Well done, Lucas. Someone needs to get that out of the way. Look at the bales already here for Cortiva. They're going to score some now.
Thing is that Astragon, now we're now in a position where Astragon are in the better position. They have more bales, or they did have more bales.
Yeah, but the problem is
than
Bam Bam has
Cortiva.
now stopped. Bam Bam was out bailing, and he stopped bailing, and he's just come in to stack. So we've only
he's
got
only
like
bought-
one baler running.
And why is Major Melon got no baler on the back?
Yeah, I'm really
What
confused what's
Yeah,
happening here.
that's not how you win a game. you have to, with bottleneck, you have to have 2 tractors out there baling and then 1 person stacking. And
Yeah, look at all that
this
straw
is
left
costing
out
them bales.
on the field, for Astragon. Like, they were in a good position there, and then I'm not sure did they think, okay, Crazy Tool just gave us a bale count, let's bring them in now, but you should have just kept pressing more, at least had one person out there.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
You pick up those extra bales as you go round, and you pick up stuff. Cortiva have never stopped pressing bales with 2 balers at point. And it shows. They have closed that gap. They are
He's
ahead
pushing.
again.
That's one way to do it. Just use the weight on the front of the Vultra and get it out of the way.
Cortiva have turned this around. They've gone into the lead, and it's due to an unforced error on Astragon's part.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know Matza is like, seems to be the de facto stacker for Astragon. Bam Bam was out bailing, and then all of a sudden I see Bam Bam at the barn as well without a bailer on the back. So was it lost in the moat? I didn't see an oops pop up or anything. I have no clue what happened there. But nonetheless, the super drop has shown up. It's multiplier switch, so this is completely pointless.
Yeah, I am a little bit flummoxed at the not creating bales, which is right at the point of the FSL.
Right? Oh man, we have 3 more matches to come today, guys. So if Cortiva wins this one, that'll be it for the first matchup of the play-ins today.
Major Melon out there in a tractor now that can bail and isn't bailing.
Yeah, I'm perplexed. We're gonna have Cast by Copter joining us for the next game. And we'll have 3 more matches to bring you guys. We've got Vulture against Power Team Esports. We've got My Insanity versus OEG. And then Bill and Bull versus Diatka coming up the rest of today. And, of course, plenty more action tomorrow. There's a giveaway for a Kubota DLC pack. Kubota Pack DLC. I think, is that how it's actually worded? That's going around in chat right now. So make sure you guys are entering that as well. And you don't have to stick around to win. You'll be emailed if you're the winner. But you should stick around. There's going to be some awesome FSL action still to come.
And that is a cracking DLC. I am having a lot of fun playing around with that.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the little front
so
loader in it is... The little front loader in it is really, really stable. It can carry some fairly weighty stuff. So it's
I'm
a
quite
brilliant
enjoying
little one
the
to
skid
have
steers and such, and they're great.
And I'm about
Alex,
to go and use the Vine Tractor.
Are you ready to test your farm sim and farm knowledge at TwitchCon next weekend?
Oh yeah.
Putting you to the test, putting you to the challenge here live in front of everybody. Guys, so Twitch Gaming will be coming by our booth at some point. I think it's like around 6 p.m. Central European time on Saturday next week. So definitely tune into the Twitch Gaming channel for that. We'll be streaming, of course, from TwitchCon on this channel as well. A lot of our partners, including Alex here, Virtual Farmer, will be there. But yeah, they're going to come around and interview me. And then we're also going to have Virtual Farmer and maybe DJ Gohan, maybe someone else answering some trivia questions live on air too. So if they get any of them wrong, please be sure to give them grief in their chat for the next month or two.
I was going to say, last time I was on screen answering trivia questions was a Star Trek quiz for Sky, and I scored 0 points. So... and I'm supposed to be a fan.
Well, I really hope Virtual Farmer doesn't score 0 points on the Farm Sim quiz. There's some real softball questions. There's some tough ones too. I've seen them ahead of time. But if you don't get at least some points on the board, we might have to seriously consider our relationship.
And the realistic player doesn't know his farming, so that would not be good.
Cortiva are going to come out victorious here. So that's going to be them moving on from round 1 this weekend. So they will play the winner of Bednar and Farming Friends in round 2. But congratulations to Cortiva. So still not quite where Cortiva wants to be. They need to win round 2 and get in to those finals if they want to be... Actually, I think they have to win 2 more times to make it into the finals and get onto the standings leaderboard. So, but good performances from them. And Astragon, who made the quarterfinals last month, are out here at the first stage this time around.
And it's, again, there was a 5 to 6 bail difference, and I don't think it's actually down to the bailer. I think it was down to the fact that Cortiva were out there making bails when Astragon weren't.
Yeah, you really have to, I think, this season run 2 bailers starting around the 9-minute mark at least. Once you've delivered the first bit of grain, then you need to have 2 people out there bailing. You need to have 2 on the combines to start, and then you need to have 2 on the balers pretty soon into the round, and then just be, constantly bringing them in, and also having someone out there still pressing. I mean, Astragon even got Crazy Tool, and it gave them a nice bail advantage, and then all of a sudden they quit pressing bales.
Yeah,
I'm just confused by that.
That entire advantage, you just saw it evaporate over the course of about 2 minutes.
Yeah, it really went from, oh wow, Astragon might do this, to wait, what are they doing? We'll be back.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you are enjoying this third tournament of Farming Simulator League's 4th season. I am now joined by Mr. Copter. How you doing, Copter?
Everything is fine. Good morning to you guys as well. It's a lovely, lovely Saturday morning here in Finland. I'm having my holiday, so I was just chilling for the first game, watching Cortiva getting that first victory of the day.
Yeah, it was a brilliant victory on Cortiva's part. Partly due to Bednar not pressing enough bales and oddly not pressing enough bales. Definitely seemed to be the opportunity there for them to do that. I mean, do you see any other way that Astragon could have taken that?
Well, I mean, it's always easy to like second guess after the game. Okay, they should have done this and this and this, but I don't know. Yeah, I think you were right on the point that they were just tractors without the balers running on the fields on the last game, especially, and probably that cost some very expensive time for them.
So we are going to have a replays of the last game in a moment. Certainly seems to be a bit of a return to form to Cortiva, as we were saying. Pre-match between Kermit and I, the Cortiva is the big name that is currently missing from the overall standings, and with any luck, we will get to see them make it through to the finals this weekend. But yeah, we yeah, it's an odd thing to not see Cortiva progressing and getting points on the board at this point.
Yeah, so I mean, definitely good for them.
Do you want to take us through this?
No, I think it's better for you because you were actually like covering the game. I was just watching and enjoying the content.
Nice early bail there for Rablix. 140 points on the board, 25-point difference. Sat there the whole way through, but you can see that there is a massive deficit in bales as well. The more and more we go through this first game between the two, for some reason, Cortiva able to produce more bales the whole way through, and it's not as obvious in this first game. Beyond the fact that Cortiva were running 2 of those case balers. And the thing with that is, as I was saying earlier, they only take 3,600 liters to press a bale. And then the second match, Rablix does get beaten to this case baler. And we thought at that point, is that going to be what makes the difference in this game? But he quickly gets that John Deere baler and comes in and scores the first bale here for a very nice 125 points. And a small mistake by Bam Bam means that it's 119 only for Astragon. We've got both teams needing to bring their combines in at the end of this, as both managed to get silo closed. And then, clearing that safe route with the weight on the front of the Vultra from Cortiva. And you can see, was that Cortiva going out without a baler at that point? But you can definitely see the bale deficit coming in. And then, a good difference in points at the end of it.
Yeah, definitely deserved victory for Cortiva. I mean, it wasn't like that close, but it wasn't that far away. The gap was, I would say that the gap between the teams was like a reasonable. It wasn't like that they were like dominating on there, but on the other hand, we didn't see them like getting a huge gap towards the other team either.
I think I think it purely came down to the bales, as we were saying. It was for the reason of not having 2 tractors out there pressing bales and bringing them back. This is the other thing that you forget from that, is that Astragon were going out there and picking just 2 bales up with the tractor, rather than bringing bales back in a baler as well, and therefore bringing 4 bales back all the time. And that, is going to cost them even more. We are heading into our next match now, though. It is Vultra versus Power Team Esports. This should be an interesting matchup. Power Team Esports doing fairly well so far through this season. They are currently in joint 7th, while Vultra is sitting at equal 3rd with Bednar. Both teams looking to get some points this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. The ban phase, well, I guess we are not expecting much of a surprises here. I don't think that we have had a huge upset with the ban or the big phases for the past couple of tournaments. I think kind of like when the season started, then the strategies with the bans and the picks, they kind of settled down a little bit, and now we are just seeing quite much the same repeating in every game. But regarding Valtra, I gotta say, I mean, because I said that it's a lovely summer here in Finland, and I'm actually on my holiday currently, and I'm right here in the middle of Finland in my friend's farm actually currently, and what I can actually see from the window, it's a Valmet tractor right next to me.
Fantastic. So Ultra being nicely represented outside your window then.
Yeah. But it's not Valtra, it's the old Valmet still. So
I suppose Valmet is the precursor, isn't it?
Yeah, it's before.
It's a bit like having
bit
like having a Ford sitting outside your window when you're in New Holland.
Yeah, something like that. But there we go. We have the captain fixed. We do have Casey's, Agro's, bottlenecks picked for the both teams. So not that much of a surprises, to be honest. The player picks, I guess we're going to see the same drill as what we have seen on the past as well. So for Valtra, we have Antion, Sören, Lennox playing. And then for Power Team Esports, we have Valo, Opelix, and El Papito. So those are the lineups, by the way.
And we've got the Case Puma and the Massey Ferguson, the first selections with Archimedes++. That, of course, allows combines and grain carts to be emptied quicker. Massey Ferguson and the Case Puma, the second selections for both team members with Under Pressure this time, which, of course, allows bales to be pressed faster. And then finally, we have the John Deere 6M for Valtra, but the Massey Ferguson telehandler has come out for Power Team Esports, both with the runner perk. That is a very interesting choice and a very nice mix-up or mixing it up from Power Team Esports. How effectively are they going to use that telehandler? And are we going to see a Trelleborg toss, which that is very, very useful for?
Yeah, definitely interesting to see how the El Papito is going to handle that telehandler. But now we have this is the moment that I love. The first bale, the run for the first bale, and of course the start man is just about to start as the tractor's going to be leaving from the starting area. And let's see what they're going to pick from the platforms. We can see some challenges happening here. They're going to go right through the pond, and they're going to try to go for the harvester. Who's going to be getting that one? Is Valtra is actually getting very close, and he's going to steal it right under his nose.
And it looks like Valtra has grabbed their ideal and is starting to cut crops. And Obelix getting a second case baler for Power Team Esports. That could make a difference based on the slightly lower pressing requirement for it.
There we go.
And he's now out there. That is going to allow them to press a bale fairly quickly to head for first bale. But Soren is already heading towards the first bale points with that Kuhn baler.
Yeah, both of them, they have disengaged already. We can see Obelix heading for the barn. Let's see, we do have 60 seconds play, so it should be like 138. That's a pretty good one, actually. So Obelix going to win the first bale for Power Team Esports, and now Sören's going to follow. Has some slight issues with the tractor control, but he will handle it. And the bale, he needs to actually reverse it in, but that's 125. I mean, it's not that bad. It's a 13-point difference. Sometimes, when they are coming and they're swinging it by and they miss the barn door, and then, of course, they might not get the bale in at all. And, of course, then you're going to lose more than 13 points.
And it's still less than a single bale, which means that it's easily catch-upable. It's not that difficult to make that difference. So very much still in this, still very much all to play for. And Obelix now switching over to the narrow wheel tractor. That is so that he can pop in and grab the overloader. They only seem to have one harvester running, though, by the looks of things.
Yeah, let's see what they will come up. We do have some time before the first drops, but we will get them. Let's see if they're going to build a strategy around the around the 8-minute drops, as we have seen multiple times happening. But now it's just grinding, getting the job done. We can see El Papito. He doesn't like straight lines. Clearly you can see that he's just doing all kinds of crazy turns there on the fields with the harvester.
The FSL, no good for anybody's harvesting OCD. It's very, very true. If you like straight lines in your wheat fields, this is not the thing.
Yeah. I mean, some people, they like things to be organized in straight lines, but this is not about that. But there we go. We can see Obelix and Valo just getting the grain. So they do have, let's see, the both teams. They have 35, about the same amount of grain for the both teams. So let's see, first drops are coming in as well. So bridges raised and speed limit. So what do you think about these, Alex?
I think that neither of them is particularly useful to run out to. I think speed limit is probably what both teams will go for if they do. And it certainly looks like we have Power Team Esports head in that direction. And yes, they have up the slowdown, the speed limit. Meanwhile, Soren is getting back into the baling, so they're not looking to deliver any grain yet, Valtra. This could be interesting, especially if Power Team Esports decide to drop grain at this point, which is exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
They have an opportunity now to score points while Valtra are not doing anything with their multiplier. And in fact haven't picked up the power up either.
Yeah. Multipliers now, well, of course they have it. And I mean, it's 3 minutes for the next drop. So if we get the silo close, for example, so if Valtra doesn't do something here, now they might have a problem definitely if we do get the silos close drop on the 8-minute mark, because then kind of like it's going to take a lot of time then to actually to be able to deliver anything on the bond.
It's now up to Power Team Esports to score points while they have this 3 times multiplier. There is going to be no change to this multiplier, I don't think, for at least until the 8-minute mark hits. So delivering bales now is of the utmost importance to Power Team Esports. And they are just emptying stuff. Although, he is grabbing that telehandler. If he doesn't go in and start scoring points with bales now, I'll be very surprised.
Yeah, let's see. 10 minutes on the clock. So it's definitely time. We can see 8 bales for Valtra currently. And Power Team Esports, they only have 1 bale actually done. So they definitely need to press more bales. They need to get them on the barn. And we can see now Valtra actually having a huge amount of grain. That's almost like 60k what they do have currently. So there's definitely something going on with it. So let's see what's going to be their strategy. But they are getting a huge amount of grain currently. And the question is what they're going to do with it.
They may be playing on the idea that at the 8-minute mark, if they're lucky, the grain multiplier will turn up. If that happens, that is going to cause huge problems for Power Team Esports. If it doesn't, then Power Team Esports scoring points now will just give them an insurmountable lead over Valtra. So it is very much Valtra's gambling on getting something very helpful at that 8-minute mark, and if they don't get it, then I think they might be in trouble. And no, they are delivering grain now.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. I guess they're worried about the silo close, to be honest. I mean, that's definitely a real threat which could happen if there would be a silo close. Probably TV Sports picking that up. What they would do with that 60k of grain, I don't know. So that's probably a good idea to actually put it away before there's a chance that somebody can actually block it. Meanwhile, of course, we saw some bales going on the belt as well. So Power Team Esports, they're finally getting some belts on the barn. The bales on the barn, or well, on the belt and the barn. But anyways, and they are making few points, nothing huge. And kind of like when we started the game, we were a little bit worried about what's going to happen with that telehandler. So at least so far so good. El Papito hasn't made any mistakes. He managed to get all the way to the bridges, and he did deliver the bales on the belt. So far so good.
And Power Team Esports immediately responding by delivering all their grain. And it's grain multiplier!
And
No!
silo closed. That's a hard one.
They're going to have to... Well, Power Team Esports cannot go grain multiplier. They have no grain. They need to close that silo before Vultra get a chance to use any of that grain multiplier. And Power Team Esports now delivering bales. This is going to be the most disrupt game we've had so far today.
Yeah, I mean, they should go for it now. Because we saw Vulture having that huge amount of grain. They did unload something. They did balance out the multiplier. And then what Power Team Esports, but they still had that 30k as well. And they put that away. And now it's 2.7, 1.3. So if they will now go for that silo close, I mean, you can see Obelix just waiting there. So they're waiting for their exactly the right moment. And there we go. They're going to pick that up. And Vulture, they're going to be so angry about this one. Because now they have a huge problem on their hands for a while.
The silo is closed for almost the entire time of the grain multiplier. And in fact, no, the silo is closed for the entire time of the grain multiplier. This is horrible for Vultra. That is just some amazing... disruption.
Oh, it's going to close the bridge. Oh, he made it through. I was so worried that they actually, the baler is going to get stuck on the bridge, you know, when it raises. But no, he actually made it through. But, you know, those small mistakes, they can cost a lot of time and, of course, a lot of points at the same time as well, because time is money, basically, on this game. But luckily, he got away with it.
And Power Team Esports can now just score points with impunity. They can get themselves so far ahead. Because there's no way that multiplier is changing. 2.6. They're scoring 12 points for every extra for every bale they deliver at the moment. And it's just going to mean Vultra are going to get lower and lower on time. This has gone horribly for Vultra. It really has.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation. Let's see what's going to happen. I mean, they have 139 points, so basically nothing after the first bale. They get 138 from the... Where did they get 1 point? That's what I'm wondering.
And there goes the multiplier, and also the silo closed. Such a horrible combination there for Volta, that was.
There we go. So let's see. I mean, Vulture, they do have 21 bales ready. So that's a huge amount of bales, definitely. So now it's 5 minutes. They have some time to try to, you know, stuck that in. That's definitely what they need to start doing. So they need to start moving those to the barn. But of course, they want to have a better multiplier. That has been handled now. Both teams, they have the same 2.0. None of the teams, of course, have any grain at this moment. So now it's just about the logistics and getting the bales to the barn. We can see Anton just, you know, starting the stacking. Actually, pretty good performance there. I mean, there was 4 or 5 bales on the belt at the same time, no mistake. So he's definitely handling the logistics on that side very well. But at the same time, of course, Power Team Esports, as we can see, they're stacking as well. So, I mean, yeah, both teams are now scoring. Look at Lenos, he's gonna get stuck. No! That's bad. That's very bad.
That is horrible.
That is exactly that.
Lennox, the baler's not in the moat at the very least, but trying to pick that up from there is going to be awful. And Lennox is cutting his losses and going for the bale points, grabbing them for no. Power Team Esports grabbed them. Velo was there. This is a disaster for Vultra.
Yeah, I mean, okay, they managed to get that baler out of the bridge, so they can basically just go and pick that up. So it's not like they can still use it, but of course they lost a lot of time there. And but looking at Valtra's situation now, yeah, I mean the bales are still getting inside. We can see there's easily like a 6-7 bales at least on these 2 tractors alone. They have none waiting next to the belt. So the gap is 120 points. So it's not a huge gap, actually. Both teams, they have the same amount of bales, and they have about 3 minutes time to stack them. So, I mean, even though Vulture had a problem with that harvester on the bridge, they still do have a chance.
Absolutely, and it is. There is the thing though that Vulture don't have the extra bales. Even if they manage to score every bale on here at the moment, PWE are going in and they are stacking well and scoring points well all the time. So it's bale for bale, Vulture are not going to win this, and there's no real way that Vulture can turn around and disrupt at this 2.5 minute mark. Really is just a bale for bale delivery now, and will take Power Team Esports making a mistake in order for Vulture to win.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely should be, something bad happening at the belt, stacking it wrong, dropping them from the belt, and not getting the points from the upper bundle, for example. That definitely could be the thing. Now the gap is closing, it's about the same, but we do have the bale still for the Power Team Esports. But, I mean, Vulture is definitely catching up. It's 2 minutes. We can see Lennox getting some more bales here. They need every bale they can, but they definitely have a chance. But now Power Team Esports, the bales are started to get inside, and they're finally getting them on the belt. So they are again like building that lead, but it's not so big anymore. I think Vulture, they managed to do a very nice, like a short period performance of stacking and just getting those points at that one time.
They do seem to be delivering their bales better than Power Team Esports at the moment. They have the number of bales they have left has dropped significantly compared to PWE. That gap though keeps getting up to 100 points, and it's just it's going to be at where it is in that minute's time. Whether Power Team Esports can continue to deliver stuff. I mean, they're running out of bales at their bar now, or whether they can, whether Vulture can get their bales in quick enough to put them on the back foot.
Yeah. I mean, it's just 1 minute, and it seems that Power Team Esports, they are, getting back to business as well. The gap is almost the same, 100 points once again. So it's all about the timings and everything. And now it's just all about the last bales. The situation with the count of bales is about the same. They have 6, 7, 8 bales for each team because Anton just waiting, has nothing to do anymore. So, I don't think that there's a way for Vulture anymore to turn this around because the Power Team Esports, they have such a nice amount of bales just waiting there. So if they just, keep on stacking, pushing those, on the lower doors, the rest which they cannot get on the belt, they should be fine. And yes, Vulture came close, but I don't know. Do they have a chance to anymore gain anything here? Because there's easily still 50, 60 points for Power Team Esports and about the same for Vulture as well from the bales which they still have remaining.
And there we go. The last 40 points in for Vulture. It is not enough. Power Team Esports take it. Quite good, some good stacking from the end at the end there for Vulture, but it was unfortunately too late. Both teams delivering 37 bales, with Power Team Esports actually delivering more at the bottom. So that multiplier they had, that 3 times multiplier they had, really came into play there. Gave them that extra 50 odd points, and I won them the match.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the situation, what happened on the bridge when the baler got stuck, and then they kind of lost it on the other side. So yeah, it didn't cost a huge amount of bales or anything for them, but it definitely costed some time. So at the gap, it was about 50, 60 points what we had here. So I mean, that amount of time, it could have meant have a couple more bales made on that time, instead of recovering from the accident, and that could have been exactly about the amount of points needed to close that gap.
There's also actually what won Power Team Esports that they got the bale points. The bale points were 30 odd points, and it would have been a lot closer if they hadn't got them. And in fact, it would have gone to Vulture if Vulture had got that 4-minute pickup. So it's actually a much closer game than it appears.
It was definitely.
That 4-minute power drop that made the difference to the game. It would have gone the other way had Vulture been just a moment quicker in getting to that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I probably need to move my studio on that Valmet tractor right next to me. Then I would be like cheering for the team. Definitely, that would give some kind of a extra punch for the team. But we'll see. I mean, we still have it's the first match of best of 3 series, so I mean they still have a chance to come back. So let's see the second game in some time when we do have getting it started. So it should be starting soon. But we'll know. But when we have a series that is close as this, as you said also Alex, that it was like a very close series. So that's also just gonna mean it that the second game is gonna be probably pretty good as well.
And there's lots of stuff. There's lots of stuff to like in that first game. There was lots of disruption. Both teams were trying to put the other on the back foot the whole time. Vultra were very unlucky in the 8-minute drop. Getting the grain multiplier, they played perfectly for that perk. But to get the silo closed at the same time, and Power Team Esports played a blinder there. They waited till the last moment, and then they went to close the silo for the entire time that grain multiplier was there. So I think Vultra can't be as unlucky this game. And if they aren't as unlucky this game, they have a good chance of winning it.
Yeah, I really love the drops actually. When you had a silo closed and grain multiplier on the situation like that, I mean it's sometimes a hard call. I mean both of them are actually pretty good drops. Sometimes we see drops coming which are not so meaningful at all. They don't even go for them at all. But yeah, when you have like those two coming at the same time, and you have the grain game going on at the same time, it's a very hard pick, depending from the situation. But I really love that drop, to be honest.
It was a good drop, and I think Vultra must have looked at that and gone, "Oh, fantastic! Our entire setup's going to pay off," and then seen that silo closed, and their hearts must have just dropped. Especially as Power Team Esports waited until the last second to get it. It's just horrible.
Yeah, and I think that they also have to say, I mean, what happened before the 8-minute mark was also that they had this, Walter had this 60,000 grain, and then they went and they balanced out the multiplier. So they kind of like, unloaded 30K of the grain, and then they left the 30K on the trailer. So I'm just wondering what would have happened if they would have like unloaded the whole. I mean, if they have unloaded the whole gray, which they have, so then they would have the advantage from the multiplier, and then they could have gone for the silo close instead for the drop. So then it would have changed the whole situation completely.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's the trouble that Power Team Esports had at that 8-minute drop. If they hadn't had the silo closed, that game would have gone completely the other way. Because they had no grain to drop during that grain multiplier. So yeah. We are into our second game between the two, though, and we've had the ban phase. We've lost a telehandler. The John Deere 6M has been banned. Quite significant, seeing as that's the stacker most teams go for. Also, the Vultra has been banned by Power Team Esports while playing Vultra, which is always a great way for a team to go. And we've got the care wheel tractor and the Massey Ferguson tractor and Massey Ferguson. In fact, both teams going for the Massey Ferguson 7726 along with the Massey Ferguson telehandler as well.
Yeah, no surprises here, but I mean, it worked fine. But I mean, Walter, they need to come up with something that they can actually, get the second game under their belt, so that they can actually go all the way to the third game of the series. So, I mean, they just need to avoid the mistakes. Now let's see if they find something new. Of course, the first bale and the battle from the utilities on the platforms, that's going to be a thing as well. And there we go. So we do have the tractor starting from the starting area, and we do have the rush going for the platform. So let's see. Opelix going to be challenging. I think we saw the same dudes also battling from the same platform last time as well. Definitely Valtra seems to be on the winning side here, and yeah, he's gonna go completely yellow because the Obelix already going for the different platform. And yeah, Valtra is actually getting I think they're kind of like getting all which they wanted at the start, and they can start focusing on the first bale.
Valtra, I think in the Massey combine and the New Holland Oh no, and in the Ideal Combine and the New Holland. And Soren now coming in with that John Deere baler to get their first bale pressed. Meanwhile, Obelisk is pressing the first bale
Ooh.
for PW. In fact, he's
This is
heading
fast.
in now for first bale. This is really fast.
Yeah,
What's
this
it
is gonna
gonna
be a good one,
be?
definitely. If he gets it in,
He's
and he
flicking
does.
it. That is the highest of the day so far, a 143. What are Vulture going to respond to that with? They're quite a way behind, but
Yeah,
that's not
it's more than
surprising on a
70.
143.
More than 70 seconds, so it's gonna be definitely. It's not gonna be that many points. Was it like a 100? Is it like even 20? No, it's 115 maybe. I don't know. 119, okay. So a little bit better than what I
119.
expected. But anyways, they're gonna lose some points there, and that's when you also mentioned last game, Alex, and I think multiple times in the past as well, that you always count the gap. Is it more or less than one bale? So the gap is now more than one bale.
Yeah, and much harder to come back from that. It's amazing that the small differences that something like that makes. The needing to press one extra bale to make up those points is not so hard. Needing to press two or more suddenly becomes an uphill struggle.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, then it kind of like needs some kind of a mistake. I mean, if the both teams are performing exactly at the same level, and then kind of like needs that mistake either on the when they are organizing the bales on the belt or something else that they miss an opportunity or something like that. But yeah, I mean that's definitely the good side of Farming Simulator League, because there's so many things that you can actually do and kind of like improve on that matter. But yeah, now it's 12 minutes almost coming on the clock, so we should be getting our first drops in about 30 seconds.
And Soren taking the grain off Anton now. Wonder if Ultra are going to do a similar setup to what they did last time. Well, they kind of chickened out of doing holding all their grain till the 8-minute mark last time. So it would have paid off. It would have potentially paid off for them last time with that grain multiplier appearing at the 8-minute mark. I don't know if they're going to go for it this time. Herbicide and Bridges raised. Probably worth grabbing Herbicide. No, Bridges raised is what Vulture's gone for.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to make a small difference, but I think both of these drops, they are, not so impactful, to be honest. So now we can see teams are still focusing on the grain game. They are unloading it because, of course, there wasn't anything regarding the silos on the drops. But, I mean, the strategies, when you look at the grain game, what is going on, it seems to be quite much the same. But now that, Power Team Esports, they are now unloading it, they are changing the multiplier, and Valtra, they are still collecting it, and then they're going to leave that huge amount of grain again, all the way to be used before the 8-minute mark. But now they're actually unloading it, so they're actually reacting faster than last time.
This is good. This will keep them at keep the two teams at a similar multiplier. So we won't let Power Team Esports run away with the points at any time. And in fact, it's a good choice because the chance of the grain multiplier appearing again at that 8-minute mark is low. So it's not going to make much difference delivering it now or delivering it later, other than they don't have to get the two combines up there for this time. And Soren again emptying out that combine before probably just placing the grain trailer somewhere off the field for the combines to easily access.
Yeah, now it's just about grinding the field. So, I mean, every time when we have these like 12-minute drops, we can like have these, initial grain drops maybe happening. Sometimes they are not happening, but when they're happening, then it's, this couple of minutes, like between the 8 and 12, it's a time when you don't usually see that much happening, in the screen, that we don't see like, anything huge going on. It's not so hype or anything like that. But there's actually a lot of things, what the teams are doing right now that are affecting, what's going to happen at the end game then. So this is a very important time, even though it sometimes seems that, there's some, not much going on.
There's an interesting difference in tactics here at the moment. Vultra are concentrating on getting grain. They're So they're dumping it. They're dumping it at the 9.5-minute mark to alter that multiplier. But they haven't been pressing bales. So the situation we've got at the moment is that Vultra are going to have a lot more grain and a lot higher multiplier, but are going to be massively deficient in bales. I mean, PWE have 11 bales to Vultra's 0 at the moment.
Yeah, I mean,
and then
I really want to see Vultra to succeed on this strategy, but they're definitely playing it differently. So I think there's definitely a risk involved with this strategy currently, because every time. Well, okay, not every time, but many times when you try to do something like very different and you try to play the multiplier game, kind of like get those points, you need to have those timings and everything like exactly on point that you can actually get the benefit of the kind of like the better multipliers. And so that's what they need to do. But sometimes people like overthink about the whole situation. And now we can see Power Team Esports. They're just doing the job. They are grinding the job. They're getting the bales down. They don't go with the fancy strategies. And that the hard work can just pay off in the end as well.
I'm actually slightly worried for Power Team Esports at the moment. They've got 30,000 liters of grain. This will even things up. Vultra have an extra 26,000. Silo close appearing again and bale multiplier. Both teams will go for bale multiplier.
Yeah.
They must do, surely.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it is definitely a chance, but yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, that's what I mean. The silo close is actually not a bad idea because Power Team Esports, they have no grain, but we can see Vultra, they still have the grain. So if I think Power Team Esports, they must go for the silo close actually on this matter, because otherwise Vultra, they can actually get the multiplier as their advantage quite easily, and that's going to benefit the strategy which you mentioned.
Now. Power Team Esports are obviously waiting till the last moment to get this.
Yeah.
Vultra are nowhere near. They are loading up that grain, and it very much looks like they're going to close the silo on them. Yeah, there we go. Silo closed has been picked. And Power Team Esports now need to score as many points in the next 80 seconds as they can. Because the moment Vultra deliver this grain, that is any kind of multiplier just disappearing.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, and Lennox is on his roof and stuck under the shed.
Oh, he's going to be lucky he actually gets away with it. I mean, that's going to roll on its tires. So, yeah, I mean, those rooftops on these areas, they are sometimes very tricky because, it's just, small piece of your tractor that's going to, touch the roof or something, and then it's going to spin completely, and it's hard to see by the driver as well, so you have to be very careful.
Power Team Esports need to have all 4 of these bales in now. They need to score every single one of their bales at 2 times multiplier, or... The gap is just going to disappear the moment that grain goes in for Vultra. And Vultra preparing to score a lot of points in a very short bit of time. This gamble is either going to pay off for them really, really well or going to go horribly wrong. And it's all down to how many points Power Team Esports can score before this multiplier changes.
Yeah, they're waiting for the silo
in
close.
Position. Right, here we go.
Yeah, there's the grain. I mean, they had 3 bales right next to the belt, so they didn't have like a huge amount. I think we saw Anton actually going to pick up some more. At the same time, Power Team Esports, they are of course like stacking stuff on the belt, but the multiplier is not kind of working for them. 1.5 to 2.5, if I see correctly. So Power Team Esports, that's gonna be just 15 points per bale. It's not like a huge loss. They have been actually stacking those quite nicely. They're almost having 400 points. So they have been just grinding the points on the background all the time. And now Vultra, this is gonna be the time when you have to like start making those points. But those bales, I mean, that's a good start, but that's not gonna be enough to catch the lead.
There is. Are they gonna they do it? No, Vultra managed to get a bale in there before a multiplier hit. Anton definitely positioning himself for opposing a multiplier, but it didn't seem to quite get there. That's
this
a
is tricky.
big points difference.
It is. I mean, it's definitely, yeah, it's a big gap. But I mean, still, we're talking about 400 and 200 points. So we actually having quite low points in general. So the strategies are completely different here. And I'm just wondering, Alpipito with that telehandler, he's just getting those bales all the time inside. You know, we can every time we see him, he's always stacking them on the belt. So there's definitely a lot of things happening for the Power Team Esports side of things as well. So and I'm still waiting for that, you know, that hit from Valtra, that when the execution is going to happen. But I mean, they're starting to run out of time. I mean, they're definitely building something here, but we haven't seen the results yet.
There are 400 worth of bales sitting there for Valtra at the moment. There is only 180 points worth of bales sitting there for Power Team Esports. So there's about a 200 point difference, which is the points difference overall. So Valtra still need to score every single bale here to win.
Yeah.
And they need to score it in the top, because the moment they don't score in the top, the moment they put it in the bottom, they lose 15 points for every bale.
Yeah, let's see. I don't know. I mean,
that is one hell of a gamble they've taken.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know. I mean, now that this should be. So that's going to be 75 points on the belt. That's going to be an additional 50 points that he's going to be stacking there. And they have the time. So the timing is now working for them. So that's going to be a 100-something points, 125 for them already. And they should be getting in 330-something points with those bales, which were currently on the belt, if I saw correctly. Yeah, 322. So that's going to be something. And meanwhile, Power Team Esports, they are also, you know, trying to get this in. So 2.5 minutes to go. It's the final push. But we can see there's a lot of bales now. So maybe, just maybe, I'm not going to say it, but just maybe, Valtra, they actually might have a chance here.
This is definitely going to be a close one. It is. I'm having to do a load of maths that I don't like doing in order to just try and keep track of this. But yeah. 14 bales is 350 points. So yeah, 300 points in there. Valtra,
oh, that's a problem.
Loading that bale on there.
Yeah, it's going to fall off, definitely. Let's hope that it's not going to stuck the belt anyhow. It's going to be just falling off, yeah. So they're going to lose 25 points from that. They can, of course, try to, you know, just stuck it on the first floor or whatever, so they can still get something out of it. Meanwhile, Power Team Esports, they know they have nothing else they can do. They just need to get a lot of bales inside. I mean, it's a 5-point difference between the lower doors and the upper doors. So basically, in the end, they're not going to lose that much of a points when they just stack those remains on the first floor as well. And now they're just you know, gaining these points. They're gaining the lead. But Valtra, they still do have 13 bales. So if they will be successful getting all those on the belt, as we can see that they are trying to get the final push done, I mean, there's definitely a chance. So Power Team Esports, they need to get more bales in. I mean, they had so many bales right next to the belt that I don't know if they have the time to actually push all those in at all.
That's the thing. Power Team Esports have to put in an extra bale and a half for every
that's
bale, pretty
points.
much that's that Valtra put in. Oh no, they have to put in pretty much 2 bales for every bale that Valtra put in.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
So hard.
Yeah, it's so
Valtra
close, but I mean, the multiplier
bales.
should do the trick in the end. The belt's going to be so slow, though, that they cannot use the advantage from the first floor. So it's going to be cutting all the way to the final seconds. We have 15 seconds to go. They're going to try to put them all the way on the belt. Söder's going to be trying to do something about it, and he's going to be trying to get these points inside. He's climbing on that bale, but there's going to be bales dropping from Power Team Esports at the same time. And Söder, he's going to fall, but still, Valtra, they do take the lead. They do take the victory with 720-something. The gap was 20 points, but look at that ending, Alex. This is Farming Simulator League at its best.
Oh, so many more bales in for Power Team Esports. It's that multiplier that did them.
Yeah,
and bale points. Look at that. I missed it. Bale points were what was what Valtra picked up at the 4 minutes. So actually, without that 4-minute drop, Valtra would have lost that game.
Yeah, in the end, there was we saw that Power Team Esports. They when we had the X-ray vision on and we were watching Walter, we saw that there was 2 red bales dropping from the belt. So Power Team Esports, they had 2 belts, sorry, 2 bales on the belt. That would have been 30 points for them, but they dropped. They were actually like put on the middle and they flipped from the both sides of the belt. So that also kind of like costed the game. But then also at the same time, we saw Valtra just climbing on that belt, and we saw the whole tractor just coming down from it, and they didn't get the point from that either. So there was just so many ifs and ifs and ifs. But I'm really happy to see that Valtra's strategy was actually working.
Yeah, these have been close games. They've been disruptive games. It has been absolutely fantastic to see this game play. I am loving how Valtra are playing. Valtra are absolutely trying to disrupt them as their opponents as much as possible. But Power Team Esports are playing the same sort of game. They are absolutely trying to disrupt Valtra as well. And it's making for a really, really interesting match. It really is.
Yeah, definitely. Well,
I'm loving it.
We got to go for the 3rd game of the series, so this is going to be interesting. I mean, both teams, they have shown now that they have what it takes. Both games have been fairly close. I mean, this was like super close, but the first game was it was not so far apart either. So this 3rd game will be definitely interesting to see. And I mean, I mentioned the Valmet tractor right next to me, so maybe maybe that can like help to get the 2nd game for them.
I don't think Valtra are going to change their tactic after it worked well for them this time. I don't think they'll change it. However, I very much at that 4-minute drop, I think is what won it for them. It was bail points, and they without those bail points, if the bail points had gone the other way, it would have been enough to put the game the other way. So yeah, it's still coming down to luck of the drop. In the first game, the luck of the drop was against them. In the second game, the luck of the drop was for them. So yeah, that neither team is outplaying each other. It is just coming down to luck for both of them.
Well, there we go. We do have the 3rd game starting, so we're gonna go for the final game of the series. So whoever's going to win this one, they're going to be proceeding on the next stage of the play-in, so the tournament. And then, of course, the team that's not going to be making through, they will be dropped from the tournament. And, of course, I would love to see both of these teams getting through, but that is just unfortunately not possible at all. So there we have the ban phase. I guess we are not expecting any surprises here. Alex, is there anything that you would like to see happening on the ban phase differently?
It's one of those phases that's very difficult. I'm actually seeing stuff on the ban phase between these two teams that I'm really liking. The John Deere 6M banning that is actually quite a disruptive thing to do. So I'm really pleased to see that. I kind of like seeing that telehandler come out, but when you ban the 6M, both telehandlers, and if you were to then ban the Lintner, that actually lowers your choices and makes things really interesting. It means that there's nothing out there that then can take 3 bales. And that is going to slow your opponents down if you have an alternative to go against them with.
Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of teams that they do play it on the field sometimes that, they don't bring the bales in the baler. They're actually, getting 2 or 3 on the forklift. And that's kind of like affecting that.
I'm just trying to see if there's any reason why the teams need to ban the Manitou over the Massey telehandlers. And yeah, the Massey actually seems to be the better telehandler. It has slightly more horsepower. So yeah, I'm not quite sure why the Manitou gets banned. It's less horsepower but the same speed. So yeah, it doesn't really make much sense.
Oh, well, let's see the captain's picks. I guess there's not that much of a surprises, to be honest. It's players' picks phase already, but yeah. So I guess we can expect that these are going to be pretty much the same. We can see the telehandlers with the runners, I guess, as the last picks there in the end. And
I don't know. The Valtra have gone have gone for the Lintner, so I'm expecting a large tractor or a front loader tractor from them at the end, and they've gone for the Massey. PWE have gone for the telehandler over a front loader tractor. So it's going to be interesting. That Lintner, as Kermit and I was saying earlier, is a little bit unstable if you don't know how to use it. So Vultra definitely mixing things up. Are they going to go for a different strategy? I think time will tell.
Yeah, and that time is exactly 15 minutes. Then we do know. But once again, we do have the early rush, the battle of the utilities on the platforms, and of course the battle from the first bale as well. Let's see, do we have any challenges happening? Oblix seems to be heading for the same. Yeah, let's see what's going to happen here. Valtra seems to be faster, and they are getting it. Yes, they're going to steal it away from Power Team Esports. I think Valtra has been actually quite fast with these early picks. I think on the first game as well, they managed to steal something away from Oblix, so definitely well done. But now it's going to be time to start building that first bale again.
And Anton heading into the field, but Soren is going to follow behind Lennox. And Obelix is... Oh, no, he's not pressed the bale yet, so it's slightly slower this time.
Yeah, but it's not going to be like that bad, actually, because he's so close to the bridges. So he should be still getting like 130 something, I think, because he's certain actually getting there as well. He's going to be a little bit later. But yeah, let's see if they're gonna miss the bales from the door. So what's gonna happen? So Obelix 130 something, 35. Yeah, that's gonna be decent. And
135, and Soren taking the safer route all the way around for a 123.
Yeah, I think when we actually get to the when we get to the FarmCon, and we do have, I think we need to make like a different kind of entrance for Kermit. He needs to have like a safer way to get to the event. We need to build like a small bridge there.
Yeah. The safer route onto the stage.
Safer route from the States to Germany. Okay, so once again, waiting for the 12-minute drops. And kind of like the silent phase grain is going to be collected by both parties, so no changes on that strategy so far. They're about the same amount currently, and I mean, yeah, they're going to collect it all the way to, I think, to the 60k or something like they have done on the past as well. But the question is about the timings, how they're going to use them and when they're going to use them, because we saw some variation on that between the first and the second game. So we shall see how that strategy is going to be playing. But yeah, now it's going to be just time to collect.
So Soren again emptying Anton's combine, while Obelix is emptying one of the two ideals for PWE. In fact, yeah, PWE having got two ideals is quite useful, especially if they go for a strategy for the 8-minute mark. Not really something they've been going for, but it's good to have those two combines with the extra grain if you do.
Yeah. Well, there we go. 12-minute drops, direct delivery, and a bale drop. So I think going for... I mean, what do you think? I think going for the bale drop's like quite easy just to go if you want to go for it. But what do you think about it?
No, bale drop is no use because neither team actually has a bale to drop at their barns. So neither team anywhere near it. Yes, direct delivery is actually not a bad choice for Power Team Esports. That is just putting a whole load of extra grain in at the same time, and it's going to give them a better multiplier than Vultra. Because they're putting that little bit of extra grain in. That is not good news for Vultra.
I mean, both teams are kind of like, equaling the situation for them. I don't think it's going to change the situation that much. Okay, we can see slight difference for Power Team Esports 2.2 multiplier currently. But as they don't have the bale, so they can't really use it right now. So I think it was like an early... initial attempt to kind of like gain advantage, and they have a slight one, but I think Valtra, they can just they can definitely make that even.
On a slightly separate point, I think you've given Jenny an idea for FarmCon. Copter. I think we may end up seeing a safer route for Kermit when we get there.
I mean, I think what we need for FarmCon is that we need that bridge. And we need one of those, like, not a real track, but maybe like an RC tractor or something that we can actually get there. And then we have to make Kermit to drive that, like, flawlessly for 50 times in a row. Or something like that. Or if we can get a real tractor as well. But I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult to build that bridge there that he can actually occupy a real tractor.
That he can actually drive a tractor. Yeah, I think that might be difficult in the middle of Mannheim.
But I mean, Mannheim, that's a lovely old territory. I have been there a couple of times on that area. There's a lot of like there's castles, but I think there's also a lot of like stone bridges somewhere there. We could maybe find a real one.
Wow, so just find a local stone bridge to get him to drive the tractor over a few times.
Maybe we can make some kind of competition about this, like take a photo of your stone bridge in Mannheim, and then we can see if we can come up with a challenge.
We are, of course, at FarmCon in 2 weeks' time. I'm going to be flying over there. I think you're visiting as well, aren't you, Copter? I think
I'll be there as well. I'll be coming from France actually. It's a little bit weird, but I will be definitely coming by train from Paris actually, because I'm having my holiday with the family at the same time. So I'm just gonna make a short side trip away from Paris, away for the weekend to come to the FarmCon in Mannheim. So I'll be there.
And yeah, Kermit, of course, will be there as well. And if you are at TwitchCon Amsterdam the previous week, so next weekend, both myself and Kermit will be there with a host of other people, including Mr. DJ Goham, who's going to be at both FarmCon and TwitchCon as well. So yeah, come see us. We'd love to say hi.
Yeah, I think there was a booth number as well somewhere on Twitter. You can find the actual number of the booth as well. But you can check it from Twitter. You get more information. But now we are closing on 8 minutes. Oh, so and that makes a small jump with the tractor going to be managing just nicely landing on its tires. But yeah, so far, I mean, not that much has been happening with the points, but we can see definitely bales being pressed for the Power Team Esports. And Valtra, they don't have any bales pressed. They are still focusing on the grain. Both teams have the grain. The multiplier has been changed now that Valtra does have the same 2.5 advantage, which they had on the last game as well. But there's definitely plenty of time to, to change that for Power Team Esports. So Valtra, I think now it's actually going to change the multiplier. We can see Power Team Esports now unloading it. And there we go. The drops are coming in as well.
Power Team Esports need to... Oh, it's Bale multiplier versus Silo closed. Either choice here is bad for Power Team Esports.
Yeah, there is no good solutions here. But we shall see what's going to happen.
They need to close the silo and prevent Valtra scoring those extra points. But if Valtra pick up that Bale multiplier at 1.5 times, that is going to hurt them a lot. And silo closed. And Valtra have not picked up Bale multiplier. That is a huge error on their part.
I mean, we saw the same for the Power Team Esports on the last game, that they were waiting for the final second before taking the silo closed. I mean, Power Team Esports, they did manage to kind of like get a slight advantage on the multiplier for them. And now, Valtra, they do have that 27k of grain, but they cannot unload it. But they still do have 6.5 minutes of time. And we saw the points like stacking on those final 2 to 4 minutes. So when the silo close is going to end, they still have the time to get the multiplier and do the stacking.
We've got a Bale-tastic. Extra points scored by Power Team Esports.
Nice.
They have given a massive peak. Look at this, just firing them all in. An extra 100 points on top. That is really bad news for Valtra. That puts them way behind now.
Yeah, the gap is...
And there's still...
The gap is about the same. as what we had on the last game. Okay, it's maybe 50 more, but it's not that far away from the gap which we had on the previous game as well. So what I'm just saying is that even though Power Team Esports, yes, they have made a gap, but they're still a way for Vulture to come back.
They are, but it is that extra bonus. I mean, that puts it that much further out of Vulture's reach. We were saying last time that it was the bonus points, the 4-minute bonus points that Vulture the win last time. They've got the same problem this time, except now it's a bigger gap between the two. So Power Team Esports have lots of bales. They actually probably have fewer bales than last time looking at this. So that combo is definitely going to help them. Whether it is enough to stave off Vulture, we will find. We'll find out soon.
Yeah, less than 5 minutes and we have to know the result. But I mean, now it's already 420 points for Power Team, so they are just getting those points. So, I mean, we spoke about the Vulture strategy on the previous game. We kind of like said that, yeah, there's definitely some risks on that strategy involved. And but in the end, they did manage to win it, but it was such a small gap. But clearly Vulture tried to do something similar here. But now Power Team Esports, they do have more points. So if we said on the last game that the strategy was risky, now it's even more riskier, definitely. So they have to get everything done very well. And we saw those couple of small mistakes at the end as well. It didn't go so well. So I'm just wondering, like, I mean, the pressure on the players of Vulture, it must be huge currently. They know what's at stake, and they know that there's a more gap than on the last game.
Oh, it's a multiplier switch. And Power Team Esports are up there. They need to take the 15 seconds. They need to be scoring points with this.
Yeah.
It is slowing their belt down, though.
Yeah, I mean,
don't
this
think
is...
it's going to actually score any points.
Yeah. I mean, this is going to ruin the whole strategy for Vulture. They have no grain, and okay, they will get the multiplier back. So Power Team Esports, but still, I mean, I think all these things are now playing on the hands of Power Team Esports. If I'm completely honest, I mean, this needs to be a huge comeback for Vulture if they can do it.
Power Team Esports needed to extend the boom on that telehandler then in order to have got those bales in time. And unfortunately, they just put the bales on the bottom instead, and it was never going to go up fast enough, unfortunately.
Oh, well, 3 minutes.
Now that we have 3 announcers, when are we getting all 3 of you in an FSL team together? Billy Alpaca, that will just be messy.
I mean, 2.5 minutes, and Vulture, they have now 18 bales. So I'm just waiting for that same moment, which we were waiting on the last game as well, that when they will start, stacking those bales finally and getting them inside. So that's what we need to see.
It's definitely not closing as quickly as it has before.
Yeah. Let's see.
Let's see. Coming into the end of this, can they get the extra stuff in?
There we go.
302, 327 to 571 with 2 minutes to go. Vulture have got a lot of work to do in order to get this in. And get this done. Over 300 points difference.
But there's going to be 75 points on the belt. And we can see those 3 bales coming in. That's going to be another 75 points. And I think on the previous tournaments, kind of like when people has been adjusting the multiplier, it has been 2.1, 2.2, 1.9, 1.8. But now we see this 2.5 to 1.5 ratio. And this seems to be working nicely as well. I don't think that we saw this on the previous tournament to be used this much of a difference on the multiplier, but it's going to be working out. And now we can see Vulture, even though we don't see but we can see the points now coming from the bell. They have already reached 450 points. It's going to be 200 points away. But Pito, he needs to get all those bells on the belt. That's going to be, the one is going to drop definitely, and it's going to go down. The other one's going to go in. But if you look at the amount of, they have 150 points available from all the bales, And look at Valtra. They do have like 10 bales here. They do have 75, 100 points on the belt already. So just those bales alone, plus those two, they're going to be taking the lead. And this is going to be definitely working out for Valtra. It seems that we do have that amazing ending. If they can just get all those bales inside, because the Opelix crossing that bridge, they need all the points as well. It's going to be close. But I think that Valtra, they do have maybe even a slightly bigger upper hand on this game.
They do. They have two people stacking. They are constantly getting these bales onto this belt, and they are closing this gap. Soren now driving up the top, trying to close this difference. 7:47. 7:9. It's going to Valtra.
It's going to be so close.
Is
there any more points coming in?
No,
there is not.
Valtra, take it.
How wrong was I when I said that they might have even bigger advantage? No, it's going to be so small difference, but they still do have the difference. That's all that's going to count. They will take the victory by 6 points, only 6 points.
And again, that multiplier, the difference, 12 extra bales delivered for Power Team Esports.
I'm going to be honest. I mean, if I have to name my favorite, first day plains matches from all the tournaments that I have covered so far, this series is definitely my favorite.
That was a fantastic set of 3 matches. Both teams playing to disrupt their opponents as much as possible. Just makes for some fantastic gameplay. And yeah, I love it when the FSL is like this. I love it when it's this close. And I love it when it moves backwards and forwards and you're trying to work out what's going on all the time. It is just brilliant.
Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, Valtra, they lost the first one. They made a huge not maybe a huge comeback is not the right word, but they made a very excellent comeback with a very tight score lines. I mean, yeah, it's amazing. I mean, Valtra, they definitely have deserved the place on the finals or on the next stage now. But yeah, very impressive.
Absolutely brilliant. I love it. So I will be back after the next match. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Kermit and Copper. We will see you shortly.
And welcome back. We are here after the second game of the day. And of course, Alex is now having a break. And we do have lovely Terminator back on the studio. Welcome back.
Hey, Copter, how you doing, buddy? Good to talk to you for the first time today. And you came at the right time. That was an exciting matchup we just saw between Vultra and Power Team Esport.
Yeah, I really love the series. It was so tight. I mean, the second game, of course, we didn't know if Valtra strategy is gonna be working out. They won it with a very small margin, and then they kind of did the same on the second one. I think Power Team Esports, they had a right idea. They tried to counterfeit the strategy, but in the end, I mean, still Valtra managed to close that only with 6 points. So it was definitely a thriller.
Yeah, it was fun to sit back and watch, and I enjoyed hearing you and Alex call the action for it. We're, I think, done now with round one. We have 2 more matches we're gonna be broadcasting here today. We're gonna have My Insanity versus OEG coming up next, and then the final game that'll be broadcast today is Bill and Bull versus Diatka. But yeah, our round 2 is set, Copter, and we've got some of these games will be taking place off the broadcast, of course, but Cortiva versus Bednar, that's a pretty big one. Vultra versus Fermir Flamboyance. My Insanity versus Team OEG, who we'll see on the broadcast next. Bill and Bull and Diatka after that. And then elsewhere, Battle Combine take on Trelleborg and Equol, the Brazilian winners, take on the Danish winners, Team Charlie. These are not official FSL events, but there are other tournaments and leagues going on unofficially in Brazil and Denmark, respectively. These are the 2 teams that have come out on top in these unsanctioned events, and they'll be facing each other later on off the broadcast as well. So the interest in the FSL is continuing to grow, and even outside of the official tournaments, which is cool.
Yeah, it's really nice to see all the farming simulator action happening, and then kind of like, you know, when people are succeeding on the smaller series or the regional series or whatever you want to call them, then they are, you know, coming here, and I'm not gonna say that they're trying their luck, but they're kind of like, you know, they can benchmark their skills against the best. So that is of course huge, and it's so nice to see that we have teams, you know, all around the globe as well. It's not that we are just, you know, of course a lot of farming simulator action is happening in Germany and in Europe, but also we do have teams from Africa. You mentioned Brazil. We do have teams on the North America as well. So yeah, it's definitely very nice to see. The only thing that I have been wondering, maybe you can tell me, Kermit, is there anything happening on the Asian region?
You know, not that I'm aware of completely. I do know that if you loop in, like, you know, football, sometimes I think they put Asia and Oceania together in like the same confederation. So we definitely have an Australian team that's tried to compete this year. There's definitely interest down that way. But as far as Asian teams, you know what? I don't really know. I think that would be cool to see, though. It continues to grow as we see Linux. This is when he lost that Baylor.
Yeah.
That was a good moment. Surin has made it on our TikTok with the highlights. I think we're yet to see. But yeah, the game continues to grow, both Farming Simulator and the Farming Simulator League. So it's good to see it continue to become more and more international. So there was that one was a pretty close one, too, in that first round with Power Team Esport coming out on top. And then here we have a look at Vultra now. They bounced back pretty well after losing that first one.
Yeah. I mean, the mistake which you mentioned at the bridge on the first game, I was wondering after the game did that actually cost the game for Vultra? But we never know. But they managed to make the comeback, and in a way, I'm glad that they didn't win the first one, because these 2 next matches there were just amazing.
Linux going for a tumble there. They definitely gave us a lot of exciting moments to see on the screen. I know these players, and there goes a bale flying from Obelix. I know these players don't like when the mistakes happen, of course, but it's great for us as casters and, of course, the viewers at home watching as well, to see these kind of crazy things happen.
Yeah, it's the same in all the esports, that every time when there's, you know, something that is entertaining for the casters and then of course for the viewers, it's always something that the players hate. But yeah, it is what it is. The same applies for the real sports as well. This was the great ending of the second game. Søren didn't get those bales in, but they didn't need those, but they tried all the way till the last second. But yeah, less than 1 bale, that was the difference, as Alex always wants to call that. He's counting kind of like the points from the bales.
Yeah, if you're not following us, the Farming Simulator account on TikTok, you can see that clip again of Surin uh, tumbling off of the conveyor belt. Yeah, he was trying to get those two. And there was a very rare in Season 4 Bale-tastic Bale combo scored by Power Team Esports, but it wasn't enough for them in the end. This was a really good matchup, and I want to see more and more of these two teams going throughout this season because, of course, Vultra tied for third coming into this weekend, and Power Team Esport tied for seventh in the overall standings. So both really good teams, and it was a great matchup.
Yeah, and this is the end of the last game, and it went so close. I mean, for a while I really thought that the Avalto, they cannot close the gap anymore, but in the end they did manage to find those final points, and I mean, Power Team Esports, they must have seen those so devastated about it.
Right. Yeah, that was great. And Surin tumbling off in the second one off the belt, and it didn't cost them. But if he had tumbled off there, it would have cost them. So getting it done when it matters most. We're going to have our third of the 4 matches being broadcast coming up here very shortly. My Insanity, who are tied for 7th place coming into this month's tournament. One of the premier teams that we've seen around the FSL for a while. They're going to be taking on Team OEG in just a few moments. You were seeing, by the way, Klaas and Steven on your screen, and you're hearing myself and Matty. So if you're confused why our mouths aren't matching up with them, well, these guys are over on the German broadcast, and they're live from our studio in Germany. I'm going to get to see this studio in like almost a week's time for the first time and visit a lot of my colleagues. It's going to be fun. Here we go.
My Insanity versus Team OEG. So this is the lineup for the third game, and of course we're gonna start with the usual bans and the picks. Kermit, do you expect anything like, what would be your dream? I asked from Alex as well about the bans. Like, what would be your dream on the ban phase to see? Like, what would you like to see being banned? Something different.
Yeah, I really like to see the telehandlers being used. So they often get banned, and right away, without fail, here they go off the board. I like when teams use the telehandlers in a match. I find them to be very versatile. They're very quick as well, but that's why they're banned a lot. I'm starting to just feel like the ban phase isn't being used right, or is maybe not as effective now as it used to be. Teams are finding ways to adapt, and it's hard to ban everything, to keep teams from being comfortable, right? Like I'm not even sure why My Insanity has decided to ban the Lindner there. The John Deere is still at play, and that's often the one we see used the most. Something I would like to see, if it's possible in the future, is that the ban phase would include the ability to ban a team perk, because I think that could be hugely disruptive, because we're just starting to see now Bottleneck being used constantly. So coming in, I mean, maybe you want to use Bottleneck so you wouldn't ban it, but if you had that ability to ban something to throw your opponent off, I think the more the better, right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely the perks are. Teams are building their strategies, with the perks. The perks are like part of the strategy. So yeah, you can block a vehicle there or a utility, but in the end, I mean, like you said, the teams will still find the replacements. They are still comfortable. So maybe, like you said, if it would be a possibility to ban the perk, then it would have a wider impact on the whole strategy of the team.
Right, and I've actually heard this suggested by some of our players. I believe it was Big Daddy from Sim Game Alliance who first came up with the idea. Once players started to find out that Transport Company was removed for Season 4, to try to level things out, it was suggested that what if Transport Company was left in, but you were able to ban perks for teams, and then all of a sudden it wouldn't be able to be used every game. So, I mean, who knows? This is just me speculating as a caster. I have no idea if this is even possible. But as the FSL continues to grow and evolve, it's always having to adapt and change from season to season.
even within a season, to try to figure out the right balance. And I think we're headed in the right direction. The season has been great as far as like individual skill goes so far. But yeah, we need more variety because it's starting to become similar to last season where it was almost always transport company. Now this season, it's almost always bottleneck being selected by teams.
Yeah, that's true. It's always the same. But who knows what's going to happen? Maybe some fine tuning will happen, but there's going to be a different discussion and a different place for that discussion in the future, as we're going to be now starting to press the first bale. And we can see Marcher definitely being the one from the OEG side of things, that he's going to be, of course, kind of like disengaging behind the harvester. And we can see John, of course, from My Insanity being the opponent there. We can see Marcher actually getting all the way on the other side of that bridge already. And that should be 140 something if he's going to be, of course, getting that bale inside and not missing the swing. So we'll see how that's going to go. He's going to take it very carefully. It's going to be 139. So almost 140. Just slowed down a little bit, and the bale came a little bit late. And John is going to be getting 131. No, 128. I'm really bad at calculating or forecasting.
You're way
scores,
better.
But yeah, something like that.
You're way better than I would be, though. Honestly, I was quite impressed earlier when you and Alex were casting the last matchup. You got within 1 point of what you said. So, yeah, good job on that, Copter. And
I'm a math guy, so I can see the seconds, and I can do some. I don't even actually know the formula how it is like officially, but I have been seeing the games enough that I have kind of like formed some kind of like a gut feeling, or even a butt feeling about the points that I know how they're gonna be coming when I see the clock. But yeah, let's not worry about that one, as we do have the first bale. So it's just 11 points of the difference. It's not huge. It's like Alex would say, it's less than one bale. And now starts the of course the grain collection, and the both teams are doing it very well.
Speaking of you being a math guy, have you added up how many new teams we've had taking part this month? Because we're not going to let you forget the promise you made last month, and that was if we got 10 more teams, you were going to show up at FarmCon and wear the Rosie the Cow costume. And honestly, go look at the bracket, Copter, because we have a lot of teams playing in the play-ins today.
I kind of like remember the first part of the promise that I'll be there. But I don't know, what was that Rose costume part? I'm not sure. Okay, if it's there, and if it fits, I'll wear it. I'll promise.
Well, hopefully we'll see you either way at FarmCon. That'll be coming up in like a couple of weeks, 2 weeks from today. As a matter of fact, we'll be in Mannheim, Germany at the John Deere Forum for FarmCon. So any of you that can make it out to that, we hope to see you there. And maybe you'll see a special guest walking around in the Rosie costume. We've got speed limit and bridges lowered as our 12th minute drop. And I don't know. I think speed limit is what you go for here. Bridges lowered this early, not really going to be that useful, as Jan is pulling up and delivering the grain for My Insanity.
Yeah, I mean, the speed limit is it's fine. It's not like a huge impact, but it's an impact. So it does something definitely, and we might not see it like when they. It's not like that. It's like a huge hype, something super bad or super great is going to happen when they pick that up. But and there we go, because the speed has been picked by the both teams, so they kind of counterfeit that strategy by picking the same, because the impacts are the same. But the speed limit is that kind of a perk that that you don't see the impact of it like right away. It can, if you're gonna lose the round with, let's say, 10 points, that could be caused by the speed limit like 10 minutes earlier, when you were not just getting something done on the time that you were supposed to do it.
Yeah, it's really interesting that, like, each round is 15 minutes long, and there are obviously, like, most of the points are being scored late on. But those early moments, especially, like, if there's a big gap in first bale, or you get a 12th minute, 8th minute drop and your opponents miss out, or maybe you disrupt them by picking one they didn't expect, like, that can have a huge impact, even though there's still, 10 plus minutes to play. So to be able to win and compete, especially at the highest level, you have to be able to execute throughout an entire 15 minutes, minimize your mistakes or don't make any at all, and do your best to disrupt your opponent. We're having a look at Murtical running back to the John Deere, And this, of course, is one of the most popular tractors to use for stacking bales in the Farming Simulator League.
I mean, about the whole progress that you just mentioned about the speed limit and the about the length of a one round. So when you go to real farming, like in real life, I mean, it's the same there. Like, of course, I mean, it's you don't collect your money from farming only during the last couple of days, but you actually deliver the goods. You actually do a whole lot of work like for the whole year. Before that, of course, it depends from the country how many seasons you have. Because in Finland we only have like one season, but when you go more south, there's like multiple seasons that you can actually put stuff on the field. But I mean that there's a lot of work before it comes to all the way those final moments. So the same applies on the farming simulator, but also in real farming as well.
So Big Daddy in chat, thanks for the correction there. So we were talking earlier about one of the matchups taking place off of the broadcast today. That was the unsanctioned non-FSL, non-official events. Team Charlie, the Danish winners against Equal, and they're actually from Argentina, not Brazil. So we got our South American countries mixed up there. Thank you, Big Daddy, for giving us that information. But yeah, those two will be facing each other later on off stream. So it'd be interesting to see, like you said, Copter, they've kind of been able to participate outside of the official events and show what they're made of, but how will they stack up, and yes, that pun is intended, when they come into an official Farming Simulator League tournament?
Imagine if they would come here and they would go all the way to the final and beat Trelleborg there.
Hey, I mean, that's definitely the benchmark that you have to set. Ooh, PB losing a bale coming over the safer route, the Bridge of Doom, I think you like to call it, Copter, as well. And I love all the memes and funny names coming out of it this season. It's been great. Crazy Tool
favorite.
and Speed Up.
Yeah, that's your favorite, definitely.
Thank you, Vertical. Now
He's going to go for it, so let's see if he has the... if he actually has, he actually has a position to use that. So we can see Martyr now actually getting a lot of those bales coming out, as we can see. So definitely they'll find use for it as well. I think this is the second time today. On the first game as well, there was definitely a good moment for it.
Speed Up picked up by My Insanity, and that's not surprising really. When we've seen My Insanity playing and Crazy Tool comes out, they more often than not, depending on the other drop, go for the other drop. So Speed Up versus Crazy Tool. Crazy Tool, of course, has already expired, but could that be kind of a changing point in this matchup? We'll have to see. Usually, like so far this weekend, we've been seeing teams almost go like for like, haven't we? So maybe that little bit of switch up from the teams will disrupt their opponent.
Maybe. Well, it's only almost 6.5 minutes left on the clock, so the time's really flying. Meanwhile, as we saw OAG getting some points earlier, they were putting some bales on the belt, so they do have a slight lead, but nothing has been settled. The grain game is kind of like done already. They have no grain and they have used all of it. The multipliers are going to be exactly at the same 2.0. And the bale count, both teams having 16. Okay, now there's 18 bales for the other one, but they had tied on the 17 just a couple of seconds ago. So it's pretty even situation. So now I think My Insanity, they need to find a way how they can, get some more points more, because on a paper, when you look at the stats, they are about even. So it either comes to the individual skills, mistakes, or getting something that's going to change the game on the final drop.
I feel like that Crazy Tool pickup by OEG has helped them get a nice little lead in the bale count as well. And there for a moment, Jan had brought bales in, and so no one was pressing bales for My Insanity at the same time. But I think it's the same case now for OEG as they're switching up here. Martyr's heading back out, Lixmal's heading in. It's interesting to see, and here comes Murtical with two on the front. Lixmal doesn't have a front loader, so he can only bring in a couple of bales at a time on the back of the baler. There comes PB across the bridge with 3 for My Insanity. 5 minutes or so to go.
And this is how the stage is set. as they just get. I love this moment when you kind of like see, when the strategy kind of like starts to show that they're getting the bales there. You can see how the final minutes will be built and lined when you see the bales out there on the fields, all there right next to the belt or whatever. So definitely a lovely moment. We can see a couple bales actually dropping from there. Mayans and dropping one from the belt. It's not going to be a huge problem at this stage, as we still have plenty of time to put those inside. And teams, they don't waste any time. They just why not to put them right now? It doesn't make a difference if they do it now or 2 minutes later from here. But yeah, we still do have that one super drop coming in. And what would be your favorite, or kind of like what would you like to see, Kermit?
For super drops, I mean, bottom boost is a lot of fun still, even without Transport Company in play. Multiplier switch this season is pretty much most of the time pointless because teams are evening each other out on the multiplier anyways. So if that one shows up in this one, it's going to be rather disappointing. Bale points, not a bad one either, because it's just a straight up certain amount of points for each team. It looks like it's 31 for my insanity, and they could use that, and they do get it. So that one's always pretty fun too. But yeah, bottom boost is a lot of fun because it can really help teams score a lot of points quickly, and also really is helpful sometimes to push you over the line for a combo.
My insanity has been actually catching up, so the gap is only 40 points, and the bale count is the same. PB having a small issue with the bales there. That's gonna cause some time. He needs to kind of like rearrange them on the front, and then of course get them on the other side as well. So we'll see what's gonna happen. But definitely, I think my insanity has been catching up a little bit, and so that only means that as we are entering the final 3 minutes, it's gonna be even more close, and it's gonna come down. It might come down to the individual skill of the stackers who are getting the bales on the belt. We have seen some mistakes happening there, and then the differences on the final pushes and so on. So that it might go all the way down there.
Yeah, any mistakes here or just the inability to score all of your bales into the top of the barn with 2.5 minutes or so to go could make the difference. Right now, my insanity does have a 2-bale lead. That would be enough to close the gap almost, I think. They would still be off by like 3 points. They're only trailing by 3 at the moment, and they have 1 extra bale. So yeah, it is enough as it stands, as 1 bale falls off for OEG there, and the OEG does not need that to happen right now.
Yeah, I mean, he actually came with the 3 bales on the front, and which he picked from the other side of that bridge, and then he managed to get 1 on that one. So he had a chance to put like 3 bales on the belt at the same time as he did now do 1. So we'll see. But there's still going to be 2 minutes of time that you have 2 guys working with the bales right now. Those couple of ones on the belt, they're a little bit sideways, but they're still going to go inside, definitely. And vertical. It's not going to go inside. That's one more bale. I was so wrong once again. Have they narrowed the doors or something?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be any kind of like little bit of just like a crooked setup can cost you. Sometimes they'll still make their way in depending on how crooked they are. But PB is definitely doing a lot better job at the moment of stacking these, and oftentimes stacking them on there 2 at a time as well.
Yeah, it looks very good for so OEG. They have lost the lead, and if I'm completely honest, I don't know how they can catch that anymore, because they couple all those bales, which you can see there on the side of the.
Oh, there goes another one.
That's a 1 spot again. So I mean, I think I have seen at least like 5, maybe even 6 bales dropping from the belt just during this game. So it's. And not just during the past couple of minutes, but during the whole 15 minutes of time. So, yeah, my insanity, I mean, just, when you're very disciplined and you just, do your work, concentrate, focus, you don't need to do any fancy stuff. Just do your work, do it well, and then there's going to be a prize waiting for you.
My insanity are usually just a very strong team. Like, when they come up against some of the teams higher up in the standings, oftentimes they'll go out in tournaments, but they're consistently competing really well, and they don't make a lot of mistakes. And it didn't look even possible with like 4 minutes to go, really, that My Insanity could get this win. They picked up the bail points, which were 31 points, which helped them close the gap. But that wasn't really what won them the game at the end. It was just the execution on the conveyor belt. Let's see the bail difference here. So 2 extra bails, 1 extra into the top, and they did get the bail points as well. And yet again, they've showed me that maybe Crazy Tool isn't all that I make it out to be. If OEG, though, delivers those 6 undelivered bails, they're going to win that easily. So, you got to get your bails in. Just pressing them isn't enough.
Yeah, I think that we saw those bales dropping down, and I think I mentioned number 5, the 5 bales dropping, and then we saw one after that one. Of course, it's not exactly those bales, but I think there was definitely bales around the barn, which they in the end, okay, they might have shoved them on the some of them from the dropping bales on the first floor, but definitely, I mean those ones dropping from the bell, they made a difference. I mean 3 bales more would have been enough, at least 4. So yeah, I think it definitely made a difference.
Yeah, I think you're right. And we'll see how the second one plays out. Now, OEG are going to have to win to force the third of the best of 3. Otherwise, My Insanity are moving on into round 3. There's actually there's going to be a lot more matches like still to take place today. We only have one more matchup coming up on the broadcast. After this, we'll have Bill and Bull versus Diatka. But yeah, a lot more teams registering and taking place this month. So it's going to be interesting to see some of these teams that, like, of course, there's the familiar names in there. We're not going to see Trelleborg on the broadcast today. They're taking on Battle Combine in round 2. So, I mean, that would be a huge upset if Trelleborg don't come out on top in that one. Sim Game Alliance are sitting and waiting in round 3 for their opponent. They've been able to get a bye into round 3. They'll play the winners of Linder versus Team TBR later. But yeah, My Insanity looking good so far. And if they get this next win, they'll move on into the 3rd round.
Well, we just have to wait and see. But I mean, 4 or 5 minutes before the game ended, so we can like address the situation that there was definitely a lead for OEG. But then My Insanity, I think in 2 steps they managed to close that lead. I think they made some like 100 points, so they closed the gap to 50 points, and then at the end, just by getting those bales in, they managed to close the rest of it as well. So yeah, I mean, both teams, they definitely have a chance. It was not that far away from each other, so it will be definitely a good lineup as well.
Well, and that last round was just kind of proof that the individual skill and the collective team skill as well is really shining through more in season 4 without the ability to score a lot of combo points. It really does come down to, can you stack your bales without them falling off, and can you maximize the amount of bales you're scoring? My Insanity actually still had 2 bales that they didn't score, so even some improvement for them there. If they can get all their bales delivered next time, it's going to be even harder for OEG to be able to force the 3rd round. So we'll see what takes place here. We're getting ready to get started again, and I would expect the pick phase, the ban phase, to pretty much be the same as we've been seeing so far this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I agree on that one. Could be pretty much the same. But there we go. My Insanity versus Team OEG. And yeah, the pick bans and the picks, we have been speaking about this, so no surprises to be expected, unless they can ban that runner perk, for example. But okay, Massey Ferguson. That's not a surprise. Will the second be a telehandler as well? See what the blue is going to be picking. But yeah, pretty much the same. What I mean, the whole idea which you said, Kermit, about like being able to ban the perks, that definitely is. I mean, I have been thinking about it, like at the same time as we are casting here, that it's a nice idea. Definitely, definitely would like to see at least that being tried, how it's going to affect. But I think that the kind of like the implications from it would be actually pretty interesting.
Right. I mean, we talk all the time, don't we, about like teams that can disrupt their opponents are often more successful in the FSL than teams that can't. And so that would just add another layer of the ability to disrupt. So it's definitely a good idea that I've heard initially from the community. And of course, as community coordinator, I'm always listening to these type of things. And it's not just for Farming Simulator, but the FSL as well. We want to hear feedback from our players, our fans, and find ways to continue to improve, because without hearing from you all, we don't really know what you guys are thinking and how you feel. And so it's important for us. Of course, we can't do everything that is suggested, but things that we think are possible and good ideas are definitely stuff that we are keen to hear, because it's all about moving things forward and trying to adapt and continue to grow. So yeah, keep giving us that advice. Yeah, we're pretty much seeing the similar, picks here. Bottleneck is definitely the go-to perk so far this season. I'll be interested to see if we see Unstoppable at all this weekend.
I don't know.
Or anything else.
Yeah, I mean, Runner Under Pressure and Archimedes, those we have seen. And every time, I mean, maybe I shouldn't say it, but I'm still gonna say it. Every time when I see that Under Pressure, it always like brings me up the great song from Queen to my mind, like Under Pressure. Every time, I don't know.
That wasn't a bad singing voice. You're not quite Freddie Mercury, but that wasn't horrible.
I don't know. I might tell some stories later, not on the broadcast, about my singing career.
No.
That's definitely a different story. But no, I can tell you, when I was 16, that's a long time ago, I used to sing in a punk band. It was not serious, and I was probably a horrible singer, so I'm not gonna be flexing with my voice at all. Don't worry. There we go. The battle from the office is gonna go, and it's gonna be my insanity actually picking that right under the nose of Team OEG.
So actually saw earlier Billy Alpaca in chat, one of our moderators here on this channel, and Sim Game Alliance moderator and member streamer sometimes as well. All things extraordinaire. Is that fair? He's calling us out and saying he wants to see myself and Alex and you, Copter, taking part in some sort of tournament. We get this all the time, of course. People want to see us make a fool of ourselves, I think, as Jan misses the mark. That would have been a great score, and I think that's why he pushed it to the limit. But he doesn't have a front loader, and so he's just going to have to leave that now. And so the first bail points will be super low for my insanity.
Strange.
So for OEG, this is a huge opportunity, even though they are trailing so far behind. Martyr just needs to take his time and score this now, because no matter what he does, if he just gets it in without a mistake, it's going to be a nice little lead early on for OEG.
Yeah, it's when I said that it's strange. No, he's gonna miss it as well. What is this? Can he actually try to push that in? He will try. Man. So let's see. I mean, yeah, he's gonna get it. So it's gonna be still like 100 points for them. But I mean, when I said strange, so I didn't mean that it's strange that somebody misses the kind of like the slingshot from the bailer. But it's strange to see that there's like a team with a 0 on the scoreboard after what 2 minutes. That's what I meant. That it's strange to see that there's like that kind of a scoreline on the scoreboard.
I think it would have been like a 143, 44 or so.
Yeah.
And I think that's why Jan was pushing it. But was it worth the risk? Because take your time there, and you're still going to be probably 30 plus points ahead of what OEG got. But a huge opportunity for OEG early on here, 104-0, with already 2.5 minutes off the clock.
That is true. I mean, yeah, it would have been a great bail, maybe even the highest highest first bale for today. But yeah, we will never know. It was a very fast-paced swing, and these things happen. But I mean, my Insanity, they kind of like came back. I think the gap was like 150 to 200 points on the last game. So of course it's a huge opportunity from TOEG. But I mean, my Insanity, they have shown that they can come back as well. So we'll just have to wait and see how it's gonna go.
Crazy Tool and Herbicide are our 12th minute drops. I feel like either of these could be a good choice here early on. Someone for OEG just drove right by it, though.
Yeah, maybe they are not interested about the Crazy Tool. They don't share your passion.
Well, I mean, pick one of them. You're driving right by it. Hop out for half a second, grab something.
Yeah.
When you're driving right by it.
Yeah, I get you.
It's a bizarre choice.
Oh well. But let's see the grain. So both teams have been collecting it, and my Insanity is unloading it as well. We don't see any kind of a movement regarding this from Team OEG for now. But yeah, there we go. They're gonna come a little bit later, but they will definitely show up. And as we can see, the multiplier now going for my Insanity. But of course, Team OEG, they will just counterfeit that strategy, and it should be back to about 2.0 for both. So. It's just it's like tossing a ball to other team.
OEG did eventually pick up Crazy Tool, and they may have waited even though they were driving by it, because if you don't have someone ready to bail when you pick up Crazy Tool, you're just wasting picking it up. And my Insanity did not get the drop at all this time, so it is just going from one mistake to the other for my Insanity and trailing 104 points. They're going to have a hard time getting back into this, but maybe they can still pull it off. We'll see. They're behind in the bail count now. They're behind on the scoreboard. And for OEG, they need to just clean up some of those mistakes now and make sure they're getting all of their bails in.
Yeah, I mean, Team OEG on the last game as well, they showed that they are very capable of using the Crazy Tool. They did pick it on the last game as well, and they, had the right position. They did collect some points, and I think you also mentioned, Kermit, that was actually maybe one of the, well, not maybe, it was one of the reasons why they gained the initial lead from my Insanity, from which they then come back. But yeah, definitely they have shown that they know how to work with the Crazy Tool.
Right, they've done it better, I would even say, this time around, and they're already in a good position, and here they are scoring some more points before the 9th minute mark even. And I like seeing teams do this when, like, if the multiplier is even at least, especially if you're OEG and they had a lot of bails falling off the belt late, why not just go ahead and put the ones on the front of the stacker onto the belt when you come in and go ahead and try to score them?
Oh well, 8-minute drops are not that far away, so the teams have been recollecting the grain. If something comes from the drops, like a silo closed or something, so they can try to do something about it. So yeah, we can definitely expect to see something happening around the 8-minute mark, or maybe just a little bit later on the silos as well. So of course, pending from the drops, but still they do have that grain, and I don't think that they're gonna be just collecting it for fun. So they're gonna be dropping it at somewhere at some stage, definitely.
I like seeing bail multiplier at the 8th minute as a drop, and teams being ready to deliver bails and score off of it. You've got to time it right, because right now we see PB 400 for my Insanity coming in with 3, but he can't really sit here for 30 seconds and wait for the drop to show up, and then it maybe isn't bail multiplier anyway. So he's going to go ahead and score 1, and he's going to leave the other 2, and he's going to head away. And it looks like the drops could potentially drop right here within the barn area. It looked like Murtical was putting some bails onto the belt for OEG as well. Let's see what we're going to get here. Murtical going off the bridge and turning over off your screen there. Oh, no. And he's dropped the weight in the meantime to try to get back up. He has gotten back up. But a mistake by OEG. My Insanity, meanwhile, has finally scored their first bail, and they got 50 points for the first bail point. So a 54-point gap in the end for first bail, as My Insanity is increasing their multiplier here. And Martyr does not want to score this bail. The multiplier is against them. What are you doing? He's going to only get 13 points.
Yeah.
Man,
I mean, the whole flip with the tractor there for Mertical. I mean, definitely caused at some time that not that much of things, but we also saw the small mistakes on the last game when he was like putting the bales on the belt as well. So the question for me, for myself, for the end game is that when we actually go there like at 2-3 minutes remaining, and then of course Team OG will start stacking on the belt. Will they avoid the mistakes this time? Because there was just, sorry, I gotta say, there was just so many mistakes on the last couple of minutes on the game.
yeah. Teams canceling each other out with the 8th minute drops there, going with speed limit and speed up. Both were 20%. So My Insanity doing a good job at canceling out the speed up. And they're closing that gap. They have a 3 bale advantage. And Mertical's got to make sure all of these go into the top now. Like any sort of slip up is going to lose them this advantage they have. They also need to have people out pressing more bales. They're 4 behind now in the bale count.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, my Insanity, they have kind of catch the gap is only about 60-70 points currently. So definitely my Insanity has been getting something, and they have the advantage from the bales. Nothing's going to happen with the ratios or with the grain anymore. So we are 2.0 for the both teams. So I think this round is like so much looking the same as the previous one. Of course, the gap, how the Team OEG get the lead, that was happening a different way this time. But in the end, the whole setup was the same, and the gap was about the same as well. And we saw in the last game that OEG, they had the keys for the victory, but then in the end, unfortunately, just didn't get all those bales on the belt. So if they will be, executing the same strategy and will be more successful with the bales getting there, then I think that they have a chance.
Mertical accidentally hopping out of his tractor there as well, trying to stack up 3 bales at a time on the front of the John Deere here. Does eventually get them. But yeah, these are the crucial moments now. 5 minutes to go, Copter, and it is My Insanity's only 6 points behind now, and they have a 4 bale advantage. So if they score all of those bales, they're gonna win. And there goes one flying from Martyr as he runs across the stone bridge. I'm just absolutely stunned, really, that like ended up only being a 54-point difference in the first bale, but that's still a significant amount of points, and yet somehow My Insanity is closing the gap. And OEG had picked up Crazy Tool again this round and had a nice bale lead, but it's disappeared.
I mean, I really hate to say it because I don't want to talk about too much about negatives, but this whole action here on the Team OEG's belt, like now, but also on the previous, it just looks complicated. It's not so smooth as what we see from the other teams, and now he has this one bale stuck on the front, and he can't use it, and that's going to be costing a lot of time. They have still 4 Lord Balers going to be picked by Lixamao, so Team OEG will be getting the super drop, and now Mertical at the same time, he has been able to fix that bale on the fork, so that is helping out, and now he can actually get back onto the business and start putting the goods on the belt.
Lord Baler for 3 bales is like something that OEG needed to give them a little bit of boost of hope there, because it was just going all wrong for them, as you were saying. And I think this just is kind of a testament of why My Insanity is on the leaderboard, and consistently last season as well was making it into the Sunday events. They don't make a lot of mistakes, and OEG seem to be cracking under the pressure, and definitely having some mistakes and getting that bale stuck on the front. And now OEG have scored some points into the bottom.
That's difficult, but he got it. I mean, he was right there on the edge of a fork. And but there we go. PB. I mean, when you look at the whole action here, it's just like it's just like I think I said it on the last tournament as well, that there's a lot of these stackers. They could be working, like a huge a logistical warehouse, and they would be probably the best guys who would be handling the package there. So it's just so neat and clean and so organized. And then on the Team OEG side, it's a little bit chaotic, to be honest.
Yeah, it is a little bit. They're still in the lead, to be fair to them.
Yeah.
But they could be further ahead, and My Insanity has now a 9 bale advantage. So if they get even a majority of those in, and not necessarily all of them, they're going to end up on top here. We got 2 minutes to go. OEG only has 6 bales left, and they need to get all 6 of those into the top, and it may still not be enough.
Oops.
And there goes 2 bales flying again. Murticle just not having a good time with the stacking today.
Yeah, it seems definitely difficult for now, and only 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining. So I mean, the time is going to be definitely of an essence. But also at the same time, when Team OEG only have those 6 bales, I mean, sure they can put those 6 bales inside during that 1.5 minutes, and that's going to be what 120 points. So that's going to be 600, 780 for them.
But they don't even have any at the barn at the moment. Like they just showed it there. They're like they have 6 outstanding, but they don't have any at the barn. And My Insanity has almost all of their bales here at the barn.
I mean,
don't think
those bales are a little bit sideways. Okay, it's going to fall off because we have seen that sometimes when they get stuck on the barn, though, when they are like right next to each other, they're going to like drop the other bales as well. We have seen that happening, but luckily it's going to be just that one bale dropping out, and 1 minute remaining, and My Insanity has taken the lead, and now they're already leading by 50 points, and that hugely organized action right next to the bell is going to be bringing the fruit in. And if they just continue doing it, I honestly don't know how Team OEG could be counterfeiting that anymore.
Yeah, well, and like it's funny there, like when you were talking about like a minute left, it was a 4-point lead, and then all of a sudden it was a 40-point lead, and now it's like nearly a 100-point lead. And so My Insanity just again showing, and there's a counter from OEG, which is not going to be enough to help them.
Yeah.
So for OEG, like the point totals weren't necessarily that far off of My Insanity, but My Insanity throughout the 15 minutes, 30 total between these 2 rounds, played a lot cleaner game and did not make as many mistakes. And even like making the mistake that My Insanity did on that first bale did not cost them in the end, because then they were able to clean it up throughout the rest of the round. And My Insanity will move on after winning this one 831 to 797, and they had 42 bales to 36 delivered, 4 more into the top. And even with Lord Baylor picked up by OEG, it wasn't enough. So My Insanity moving on, and OEG will have to, go back and try to clean up some of those errors. Those definitely aren't the kind of mistakes you want to make to be able to get into the Sunday events for sure.
Yeah, I think My Insanity is it's like a well-oiled machine. They are just, working like a clockwork, and it's very efficient, and it's, I cannot say that it's like invisible, but it's almost like you don't see. Like they're just doing it. There's like no like a huge hype or anything like a heroic things going on. They're just doing their thing, and it's working out. And this is the result, that they are getting those points steadily. But the when they go to the let's say next stage of a tournament, if they get all the way through for tomorrow, and there's going to be some, let's say, some more high caliber teams, they will have to find maybe that small boost.
Right. I think we're going to take a break here in just a moment. You'll have Virtual Farmer and Cast by Copter calling the final broadcast and match of the day, and I think I'll join you guys at the very end, and we'll give all of our closing thoughts. We'll be back with highlights from this match and more.
And here we are back with the final game of the day. So the final match of the play-ins. And of course, as we mentioned, or Kermit said that he's going to be, well, waiting and watching it from the sides. And of course, we have lovely virtual farmer, aka Alex, coming back to the studio.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, I've had a nice little rest watching that last game with interest. Well, coming back from 50 points behind on that first bail was quite something.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, the both games they had the same idea that the team OEG getting the early lead, leading with the 150, 200 points, and but then kind of like they made those small mistakes, and my insanity just came back on the both matches with a similar kind of strategy, just doing the plain work and everything just running smoothly, so they were able to get those points needed for the 2 victories.
Yeah, lots of unforced errors from OEG there, which, as you're right, taking that nice early lead, getting the extra bail points, especially in that last game, and yeah, just lots of little errors that cost them the match, and yeah, just unnecessary, unfortunately.
Yeah, it happens. One thing that I want to ask from you, Alex, because you mentioned that unforced error. So, what would be a forced error in Farming Simulator?
So a forced error would be something would be a disruption from the other. So such as taking grain to a silo just as the silo's closed. So the error there would be taking the grain to the silo, but it would be unforced because the other team has caused you to have it, the silo closed just as you got there. Whereas an unforced error is something that the other team has no hand in whatsoever.
Yeah, there we go. We have the replays from the 2 matches that we just saw. I mean, there wasn't like any huge problems with the bridges, so nobody made mistakes there that much. We had, of course, some errors happening at the belt. I guess we got to be seeing those. And then we also had the situation where we had the bail stuck on the front of vertical on the second game. But there we go. So the speed ups and the drops came here. Nothing that special on that situation. PB getting past the bridge without any issues. Oh, that was a little bit high flying. And I mean, Martyr here, he should have something like a wide load sign on the tractor.
Those are some fairly wide bales sticking out the front of it.
Yeah, when you put it like that, definitely it's gonna be a wide delivery. This is where we saw the problems coming for PB, dropping a couple of those, but that didn't cause that much of a time. He nicely got them back on the front, and didn't cause any issues. This is Mergical on the first game, where he had some issues with the stacking. I think he made some mistakes in the both games, unfortunately. I think the first game was maybe I would say more devastating for him, to be honest, that he had more issues there. And we can see Hannes actually trying to catch that one bale without the fork completely. So yeah, but that's the first game. There wasn't that much of any hype ending happening as we had on the previous game.
It's the thing watching this back is that there is a lot of unforced errors and a lot of mistakes by both teams. It's not just OEG who had these issues. Definitely My Insanity had their fair share as well. And it's one of those things that coming up against teams going into the final for this tournament, they are going to find that they're going to have to clean those up. Otherwise, other teams are massively going to exploit them and cause absolute misery in those games.
That is true, but I mean, Team OEG, they have to go back to the training grounds or whatever. My Insanity, they like I said, they will have to continue the same way. But I think that they need to find something extra, because with that amount of points which they made, yes, it was enough for the victory here. But tomorrow, I don't know. This is the Mergical actually battling with that one bale which got stuck there. That caused a lot of time. I don't think it caused the victory, but but I would say that all these small mistakes or errors definitely combined, they caused it probably a lot of points, which could have given the victory. But it is what it is. We all have our bad days as well. But now we're gonna be focusing on the next match, of course. So and that is the final match of the day. So do you have, Alex? Do you have any initial thoughts about this lineup?
So we've got Dirk Enfield versus Bill and Bull Event, who are a team I've not actually seen anything from yet. I have a feeling that they're a new team in for today's event. I don't think I've seen them in previous tournament. So will be interesting to see what kind of wild card they bring in. Dirk Enfield doing fairly well so far this season. They're currently sitting alone in 6th place overall with 50 points. So they've managed to get through to the semi-finals once this season so far. So definitely a good team, but it will be interesting to see what Bill and Bull Event bring to this match.
Okay. Well, there we go. We do have DBE versus DJK. And it's going to be interesting. I don't think that I have seen either of these teams on the back. DJK, I think on the first tournament, I saw them playing, but I haven't seen them since. I think they haven't made it all the way to the second day or the final day of the weekend, and we haven't covered their games on the first day. At least I haven't been there as far as I remember. But let's see the bans and the picks as always. I guess this is going to follow the same pattern that we have seen, which we spoke with with Kermit on the last game as well. That what do you think about Alex, about the possibility of being able to ban perks? Would you like that?
It was one of those things that when you guys mentioned it during the last match, I had a long thought about it, and my I think the only concern I would have would be the same problem we have with the bans at the moment, in that the same perk would get banned every time. Yeah. So the example I would give is if Transport Company was brought back in, but the ability to ban perks was also added, everybody would ban Transport Company, and you'd have no change to what's happening now. You know, it. I don't think it's necessarily an issue of what gets banned that would need tweaking, so much as tweaking, maybe making the different perks a little bit more cost to use, or you know, how much they cost to ban. Perfect example. Both teams here are playing Unstoppable. That is the first time today that we've seen a different choice of perk.
Well, that is definitely a nice change. About the player picks, this seems to be following the same pattern. So it's going to be Archimedes. That's going to be the final one on the perk side of things for the remaining players. It's going to be at least for DJK, and let's see, Easy Stack is going to be chosen. So that is something that I haven't seen for a long time.
That's the opening, the widening of the doors, which is very good for a stacker if they're worried about stuff falling off the side, and should mean actually that Bill and Bull Event get a lot more of their bales in a lot quicker, because they don't have to worry so much about how well they're positioned on that belt. I'm just wondering, talking about changing perks and things, I think it would be interesting to possibly ban perks. I think it would also be interesting if Bottleneck cost 2 points instead of 1 to pick it, and to see what change that would make. I think it would make teams think a little bit more about grabbing it, and maybe make Herbicide or Big Haul more of an interesting cost, especially if you dropped Herbicide to 2, because nobody's picking Herbicide right now.
Yeah, that's true. Well, there we go. No any huge battles going on the pods, but once again, it's gonna be time to start making that first bale. So we'll see what kind of slingshots we're going to be seeing and how fast the team's going to be delivering, because it definitely DJK, like, lining those vehicles nicely on the fields. BB is going to be going right next to them as well. I think BBE is, going a little bit more straight towards the direction of the barns or the bridges, so they might be, taking a little bit more faster route. But let's see what's going to happen, because they should be quite fast. They are disengaging. There we go. Go in, gonna be trying to pass that bridge. We can see this is gonna be pretty even actually. DJ Gepi will be here at the same time as well. There's gonna be a slingshot, I guess. Oh, he's gonna miss that. That's gonna be a mistake. No, he's not gonna be able to make that inside. And Gogolin having his struggles as well. But he does have a safer strategy. I don't know if he took the safer route, as Kermit says, but at least he will get it inside and we'll get 126. So DJK, this is a problem definitely, and they will actually put it all the way on the second floor.
Dioka being very wise about this. Sitting at the top, they'll get extra points for that first bale as well. Gonna even things up and not quite make the gap as big as it could have been. That's a very smart play there.
Yeah, that is very. I don't. If I'm honest, I mean, I don't think that I have seen a single time before when the first bale has gone, on the on the second floor, unless of course it has been like very late, but not, let's say, during the first 1 or 2 minutes.
Well, it's normally because the players who get the first bale in don't normally take a front loader tractor.
Yeah.
So it's why they always have to try and push it with the front of the tractor to get it in the bottom if they make the mistake. So it makes sense if you've got the front loader there, get it in the top, get those few extra points. That has reduced the difference from being a quick minute math, 17-point difference to just a 7-point difference, and that, as we've seen, could make a complete difference at the end as to who takes the game.
Yeah, definitely a very smart move. Well, there we go. The grinding is going on. We do have the first drops coming in, in 10 seconds, so then we'll see if there's going to be anything meaningful or something that the team's going to actually use. And let's see, grain is going to be collected. BBE Bilbul event will be, well, they have more of it. And actually, we do have DJK. Are they already unloading it? No, they're just about to start collecting. Herbicide and speed limit will be the first drops.
Dioka are dumping grain, interestingly. So what kind of strategy are they going with Unstoppable? I suppose they need to drop grain because with Unstoppable, their upper conveyor belt is faster. But going against another team that has Unstoppable, actually, I don't know what effect this would have. This is really interesting because we've never had two teams going against each other with Unstoppable before. They both have faster belts, but they also both have slower belts because their opponent has it as well. So do these cancel each other out, and does it make it so they're basically playing as if they hadn't picked a perk at all?
Well, we've got to find it out. We can see DJK. Oh, that's going to be one bale dropping out. The second should go inside. It's going to be close, but it should go inside. Yeah, it's going to be right there. But yeah, they're going to start putting those bales quite early. They're going to be just leaving a couple of them right next to the belt. And yeah, you mentioned the grain, and you mentioned about dumping the grain. To me, it seemed the same, actually, that they're going to be dumping. But they were just, starting the collection so much later that we saw the numbers, moving, below 10,000 already. But they just started to collect it that late. So they haven't yet dumped any of the grain. And the both teams, they're probably going to be collecting about the same amount of grain. So we'll see what's going to happen with that. Maybe even before the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, I don't think either team can go above sort of 2.5 with what they've got on here, and it will make an interesting setup to see whether dumping that grain for Dioka causes them an issue. It may be that BBE aren't dumping their grain or are dumping very little of their grain because they've realized this, that everything has actually evened up. And if that's the case, Dirk are in big trouble because they won't have the grain to answer BBE's amount that they're going to drop in the silo.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, BB is definitely collecting more than the JK, so we'll just have to wait and see how they're going to use that in the end. Once again, kind of like the slow grinding phase, but soon, I think pretty soon we should be having an idea what's going to happen. Teams are just going to be waiting for those 8-minute drops, and then we'll see. Meanwhile, I mean, both teams, they have been pressing the bales as well. DJK, they have more. They actually have 19 bales. And then BB, it's not bad. They have 13, so this is not going to be like a huge difference for now. And what's going on here?
So it looks like Jurka have not put any grain in their overloader at all. So BBE are going to go and drop a load of grain now, are going to sort out their multiplier. This will be the moment of truth to see if how much they need to do to stop their opponent's belt. And yeah, look at this. This has evened things out. So Dierka are in a big piece of trouble.
Ooh.
And a nice jump, though, from them bringing that bale in.
I mean, what
but
we
yeah,
have seen...
3.0 to 1 means that the belt for Dierka hasn't stopped. And they have got a bale-tastic as well. Managed to deliver a whole load of bales. So their bale, their conveyor isn't going to stop. But there's a massive advantage to BBE now. And Dirk do not have as much gain as BBE does because they were dumping it on the ground and are now having to play catch-up.
Yeah, but there was a silo closed and grain multiplier on the drop, so this is going to be an interesting pick as well, especially when you consider the current grain situation that the DJK, they have the grain to counterfeit the whole situation, which BP built there, but we can see that they're just waiting DJK for the grain multiplier, so they want to wait for the right moment.
This could be bad for BBE. If they can get a silo closed, BBE needs that silo closed. Otherwise, Dirk are right back in this, and in fact, probably going to take the advantage. And it's a baler streak for BBE, but why they've gone up there to grab the extra baler, I don't know. Although, does that leave only one baler for Dirk? Because if it does, that again is a massive disadvantage in the final stages of this match.
Yeah, if you...
Dirk coming in, and they are now delivering grain. They're doing it with the grain multiplier, so you can see that indicator shooting up as all this grain goes in. How far is it going to take it the other way? 2.3 Dirk have on here now. So they have a 6-point advantage on every bale. And they are going to be taking full advantage of that. Bill and Bull, though, now bringing bales in, keeping those bales coming. If they have managed to secure all but one baler from Dirk, that is going to cause a problem for them. And yeah, looking at this, Dirk only are running one baler at the moment. If BBE can take full advantage of this, run 2 balers and keep those bales coming in, they are very much looking at having a good win here, just simply by overpowering number of bales, even with a 6-point disadvantage on every baler, or every bale. And Dirk are bringing more in now. They've got a few sitting there. It's an equal number of bales at the moment. The multiplier, though, definitely in their advantage. There is 4,658 of grain sitting there for BBE. Whether they are going to deliver that or whether they're just going to avoid it or just ignore it, sorry, and we will see. Diutka bringing in more bales, 487 to 448. BBE are leading this quite nicely. It's really interesting seeing another team coming in with a different kind of strategy and doing quite well here with it. Where is Kalmaris going? Definitely running up the top. I wonder if Super Drop has in his bale points. 47 points for B, and they are racing to grab it. And they have. That is a huge advantage to them. They are now 585 to 494. But they've only got one person there, and they've had to have a player run all the way from the barn in order to get that. That is going to delay them a bit. I think the whole thing of only having one baler out there for Diutka means it's going to balance out fairly well. Look at that. Diutka have 17 bales and BBE have 10. BBE have just been delivering bales like mad, which is why we don't seem to have this advantage. And now Diutka need to get all of these balls in. 2 minutes left on the clock.
And I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, sorry, a small mistake issue. I don't know what happened, but the reconnection of the audio interface fixed that one. So I'm just coming back at the right moment. 2.5 minutes remaining, and the scoreline, that's a very even.
It is, and I'm slightly surprised that more bales haven't come in for BBE. You know, they are trailing in bales at the moment, but they have the advantage on bales. They're making the same mistake we've seen earlier. Why are there two of them there stacking, and only one baling? They have the balers, and they're not taking advantage of them.
Yeah, they have 9 bales remaining, and some of them are already on the belt. So it's going to be, I mean, at the end of a round, they're going to be finding themselves out of work because they have no bales anymore that they can actually put on the belt. So at the same time, because the DJK, they do have a whole lot more bales. So if everything goes according to the plan for DJK, they should be getting this round unless BBE is going to be pressing some more bales because it's Jeppy kind of like, delivered. There's going to be 3 of them on that baler, so they do have a nice amount of the bales right next to the belt. Because those twos, they're gonna be stacked so they're so close to the edge, but I guess it should be fine. They should still go. No, the one is gonna fall off, as we can see, so they're gonna lose 20 points on that one, but of course they can still like just show it on the first floor. But it is getting close, but DJK is looking good.
BBE are also, they've got 2 people stacking at the barn. They don't even have the second tractor going out there and getting the bales that their baler is dropping. They're leaving an awful lot of points on that field. And I don't know why. I don't understand why they're not taking full advantage of the advantages they have. And it's showing. Look at that point difference.
Oh, Svebel is gonna...
And Bulldog is in the moat.
Yeah, this is a problem, definitely. I mean, okay, they didn't have the bales. Okay, they do have 5, so they do have another stacker somewhere. So they should be getting some points. But if you look at the DJK's points, they are already getting on 1,000. This is actually looking very good. The scoreline is going to be huge for DJK. And, this is the other guys are just going to be like running on the water.
Okay, there are no more bales for DJK. Their only baler is in the moat. There is only 14 seconds left, though. And 1,000 points. And DJK, there we go. 1,000.
They are flashing the lights and everything there. They're going to win this for sure. So there we go. DJK will claim the first match of the last best of 3 series that we're going to show. So, I mean, I don't know what to say about it. There was a moment when I wasn't here, but definitely DJK. I mean, the score which they got, like when every time when you get four digits on the score, you gotta be happy.
There's so much more grain for DJK for Dierka and odds. Yeah, so much grain delivered with multipliers. So many more bales. I mean, they delivered 1.5 times the number of bales that BBE delivered. I do think at the end of that, BBE had a huge advantage in that they had every single baler on that field except for one, and they just sat there with 2 people stacking. That is, that's a license to press bales, and they didn't take advantage of it, and paid for it.
Well, we'll see on the next game if they have maybe learned is not the right word, but if they will find the like a better strategy or a better angle to get those points, or will this go, or will this be DJK just getting the victory with the 2 matches, or will this go all the way to the last third round of the series? We got to figure that out soon. But I mean, based on what we saw, I think there's both sides actually. I think both sides are capable of finding improvements on the gameplay. So even though, we know that BP, they need to improve their game, but there was some slight small things on the DJK side as well. I think that they can even find better scoreline at the end of the game. And I mean, that is definitely, if they go through from this series, if they will find those small improvements, I think tomorrow is going to be interesting for them.
There's a question in chat on 1023. Did they get a score combo? Yes. Dirk did get a Bale-tastic at one point in there, so they did have a massive boost to their points for that. But they also delivered 42 bales and at a 2.3 multiplier. So it's a little bit of that bonus, but a lot of it is just getting so many bales in at such an increased multiplier to their opponents. And BBE's first mistake was not closing that silo when that grain multiplier came up. They delivered all their grain and they just let Dierka have a free run of the silo with an extra multiplier on it, and it just cost them the match. They were just able to score so readily.
Well, now we have been multiple times, of course, discussing about the bans, and we spoke about the banning the perks, for example. So, and then, of course, at the same time as we have been talking about these combos, of course, we really can't talk about the combos without mentioning the transport company on the last season, to be honest, and kind of like the reason why we don't see that many combos this season. I guess that's part of the that we don't have the transport company anymore in FSL, because then you cannot get that high amount of bales at the same time inside. Is there something that what do you think, Alex, that is there something that, as we have been talking about the changes and the possible improvements, what do you think about the combos? Is there something that should be done with them, that the combos would be like more common, because now they are like quite rare, to be honest, and they don't play like a usually so significant part of the match?
I would say I think combos play a more significant part of the match. To actually get yourself a combo now it takes good strategy, takes feigning your opponents and trying to make sure that your opponents aren't delivering bales for a good period of time, so that you are able to and therefore score a combo. And when we're seeing it, the combos that are coming in are making a big difference to the games where they come in. So I'm not actually sad to see them. It's more that or see less of them. I'm actually more excited because now when you hit a combo, it's a bigger thing to hit a combo.
Yeah, kind of like the meaning of a single combo comes like a whole lot bigger, as it's a whole lot harder to get it. I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Definitely. But meanwhile, as we have been talking about the combos and the transport companies, we do have the bans and picks, and I think this is just business as usual. what I wanted to see is
Pretty
that will
much.
there be easy stack coming for the second time? And yes, it will.
Interesting thing on the bans is that Diutka haven't banned anything. So the telehandlers have gone, but there's been no banning from Diutka. And I think this might be a situation where banning a team perk might be quite interesting. So, you know, they had 2 spaces. They could have banned runner and something else, you know, and therefore forced another team to maybe use something like Easy Stacker. Which, yeah, that's where I think banning a perk would come in interesting.
Well, there we go. The rush for the pads is going to go happening here as well. We can see Gepi is going to be trying to reach. He's going to be definitely first here, so BB is not going to get that Baylor. So Gepi is going to be actually just, you know, pretty fast getting away for it. We can see BB trying to reach for something else. Meanwhile, I guess they're going to start now getting the harvesters ready and start making those first bales. And we actually saw some pretty decent first bales. Okay, on the last game, we had the first bale coming from, was it from DJK? They missed it. And then BB getting a decent one, but DJK would have had a faster first bale, but they missed the toss. So let's see if JP is going to be kind of like, I'm not going to say fixing the mistake, because it wasn't really a mistake, because he recovered very nicely, putting it on the second floor of the barn. But there he's going to go. He's going to disengage behind Folwy, and he's going to go for the bridges. And Ty is running. So this is going to be 130 something if he's gonna kind of like make the toss, but he's gonna be moving quite slowly, to be honest. So this is not gonna be huge, but it's gonna be better than 120 something. Yeah, 131. So it's right there on the limits of getting like below 130. And Gogoling we saw getting, was it like 126 on the last one? So now it's gonna be definitely a lower one.
I think he's heading for about a 119 at this point. It's not great. He's taking his time getting in there, and it's definitely going to be a disadvantage. It may be even lower.
Oh,
he's not got it quite in the right place. That is horrific.
That is heartbreaking almost. I mean, he was so careful. He came there, and I mean, of course, I'm just joking here, but the when he dropped that away, because he was so careful with the bale before that, and then when he like tried to like reverse and swing it inside, it just didn't fit to the character. I mean, it was something that I didn't expect. I thought that he's just gonna go around and like push it inside, but yeah, that reverse was like something that I didn't expect coming from him based on how he approached it. But we do have a different situation here as well.
I think they'll pick that up later, but yeah, BBE a 40-point deficit before they get anywhere. That means they require more than 2 bales in order to win, because obviously just 2 bales on that would give a draw. So yeah, that's not good. And looks like we're going to get the 12-minute drop right now. And what have we got? Bridges lowered and speed limit. I think Diutka probably will go for speed limit. Yeah, no surprises there. Much better choice for them.
Yeah. Well, that's the first drops now. And now we just wait. But yeah, nothing that huge. Of course, the gap from the first bale is 40 points. So as Alex, you would say, it's 2 bales.
And yeah, speed limit chosen by BBE as well. So both teams now slowed down a bit. A lot more grain for BBE at the moment, which, considering how much grain got delivered last time by Diutka, seems a bit weird.
I mean, I think we had the same situation. Okay, I don't mean this situation what we see now, but yeah, with the grain. So okay, so what we had with the grain on the last game, I think BB started to collect earlier, same as here now. So DJK, they start collecting the grain later. And I think they're gonna end at somewhere around the same ballpark. So yeah, it's gonna be just a little bit earlier for BB, but I don't think it's gonna change much of a things because there's plenty of time for DJK to collect the grain before the like 8:30, which seems to be the time when people want to go unloading. Because what we have seen now happening is the fact that the because people are afraid that the 8-minute drop will give the silo closed. So now we see teams like starting to unload it out like 8:30 or something, and to avoid the possible silo close from the other team.
The downside to that is if they deliver at the 8:30 and silo close doesn't come up, grain multiplier does. As we saw last time, that just gives their opponents a massive advantage. So they're probably better off waiting, and because silo close will end, whereas grain multiplier, you only get a short window for that to use it. So it's a little bit strange for what teams to be more scared of the silo closed than of the of the grain multiplier turning up.
Well, that is true. Yeah, definitely. I mean, but that's that is something that I just noticed on the couple last matches that has been happening. That the 8:30 has been kind of like the mark that some teams are taking. I guess it also like depends how much grain you actually have, how much you can actually dispense away on the silo. But I guess it's gonna be all 9 minutes on the clock, so we're gonna be seeing it soon. What's gonna happen with it? Meanwhile, the teams are gonna be nice jump from Gogolin. I mean, the bales at the end, it's almost like he has a tail when he jumps, like a flying squirrel or something.
It really is, and I commend teams who are now taking those risks, and we're seeing more and more teams trying to force themselves over the bridge, like that in the final moments, which is great because it means that sometimes they get stuck, which makes for fantastic viewing for everybody. Although maybe not the greatest time for the teams themselves. You think?
I didn't notice that DJK actually has also put one bale on the barn, and now this is the second bale actually going, so they're gonna be slowly getting some points, and they do have 21 bales, DJK, so they have been really busy with it, and yeah, why not start to put them inside? Of course, depending from the whole situation with the multipliers. Now it's going to be the drops coming in, grain multiplier and crazy tool.
Grain multiplier.
So just like you said, Alex, the grain multiplier, it is at this stage probably a good one.
What is BBE doing?
They are playing around. They have a huge amount of grain as well.
The thing is, they get a multiplier, I think, from unloading.
Yeah.
With it's an unload multiplier of 1.5 if they unload from the grain wagon. So unloading directly into the sell point is going to cost them. So not 100% sure why they've lined that combine up where they've lined it up. And Jerka waiting and then grabbing it at the same time.
Yeah, both sides.
No.
There we go.
I am. So just to explain, chat. So the 1.5 times multiplier applies to this. So they're only getting 1.5 times. If they unloaded from the loading wagon, from the grain wagon, they'd get 1.5 times 1.5. So it's going to cost them doing it directly in like that. Yeah. Especially if Dirk managed to deliver grain at the same time.
Ooh. Look at these bales. I think. I mean, they do have the easy stack, so maybe one might.
Maybe. No.
Oh, so lucky with the second one. I mean, it was just about to fall off, but then it like fell onto the right place. So yeah, now it's gonna be BB getting some points. That's gonna be we can see the grain actually coming from DJK at the same time as well. So that's gonna affect the multiplier. So yeah, some points coming for BBE, but they are still 100 points away as Calamaras having his own battle with the tractor here, as we can see. I guess that's the one we saw earlier also, like sideways being there. So he finally decided that now it's going to be time that I need it.
So Dirka are 80 points? Oh no, yeah, over 100 points ahead, and they have 21 bales to 10. This is going horribly, horribly wrong for BBE at the moment. In fact, yeah, and BBE have 41,000 litres of grain and have delivered none of it, other than a little bit in with the harvester when the grain multiplier was there. Whereas Dirka delivered all their grain when that grain multiplier was in there. There is just no way I can see that BBE can come back from this.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard. I mean, it's less than 5 minutes to go. And the gap, it is not that huge. We have seen like a bigger comebacks even today, but still 160. And it's not about the points, but it's about the stats and what's happening. Right. I mean, BB, they don't have the bales. They are like losing on every measurement currently. Grain, that's what they have. But will they find a strategy to use that? That's a different thing, because they don't have those bales to go with. So definitely DJK, they are looking very strong, and now they will start just unloading those bales on the belt. They have plenty of time. They have a lot of bales as well, so they got to start it well in time. So yeah, like we can see, they have also the multiplier as the benefit. Now it's going to be BP unloading some, so that's going to be affecting the situation. But I think DJK now, they reached 150 points already.
So we've just had a Bale-tastic and a Bale combo countered. So the Bale-tastic was for Dirka, gave him a whack more points. Then we had a counter coming from BBE, which gave them a load of points. BBE really wants this drop. They need this drop, and it looks like Dirka are ignoring it. So an extra 100 points for BBE. That is still not going to be enough. That is the ridiculous thing here. There are so many more bales.
Yeah,
for,
I mean,
Dirka at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, and we can see Folby, he's just doing a great work with the stacking as well. So there's no issues, no mistakes. Okay, just when I said it, he's going to lose one. We can see Gogoling having his battle with the bridges as well. And it's not even the bridge of doom or the safer route. It's just a normal other bridge there. So he's still having some issues. But yeah, just when I said it, that regarding the Folby, that no mistakes with the putting the bales on the belt, so immediately he's gonna lose one. But yeah, I mean they should be reaching like 1,100 if they actually get all this on place. And that's what I said on the last game, that they made 1,000, and if they can fix those small things, they can go even higher. And if they will start getting like 1,100 point games, they're going to be a serious threat to the top teams.
Dirka are definitely having a better game this second one than they had this first one, and and they won the first one. So yeah, BBE are just have been behind on the major stuff the whole time, and they still have 1,100 liters of grain. I mean, this is the thing; they could put the multiplier in their advantage that would completely counter the disadvantage in the bales, and they're not doing it.
Yeah, that is something that I have been thinking about as well.
To give them a 2.3 multiplier, I think.
Something like that. But I guess they're busy, like getting the bales to the belt. They probably know that they have lost this already. I'm sorry to say that, but that's probably the case. And they just they try to take everything they have, all the bales, and nobody has the time to go and unload the grain.
A minute to go, and Dirka are passing 1,000 points.
Yeah,
this is going to be a massive scoreline from them.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be just 60 points on the belt. That's going to be 60 points more, so it should be 1,130 at least. And this is not gonna be good as well. Good goal in. I mean, he has mistaken. This is not the cliffhanger movie.
I think it is all over though. You get stuck like that, and you're not getting down before the end of this.
Unfortunately, they are done. And it's gonna drop to the water. 25 seconds. 1150 points for DJK already, and they are still doing the work. They can go more than 1200 here easily because they have these couple guys ready with the bail. No, that's just one bail remaining. Sorry, they cannot. I was so wrong. So it's gonna be 100. Yeah, there we go. It's gonna go inside, almost 1200. And DJK, I mean, this is definitely a warning for some teams. So if there's going to be any players from Trelleborg or from any other like My Insanity, watch these guys because these guys are now flying.
And in all fairness to the other teams, I don't think that they will give Diokka such a wide open window as BBE did then. It was... They just give them so much room to maneuver, and Diokka went straight in and used it. So maybe BBE misread the PDF on the grain bonuses, quite possibly. But it has cost them not delivering all their grain. Delivering all their grain would absolutely have put them in charge of that game.
Well, there we go. That was the last game of today, and DJK will be advancing to the next stages. And that was also the fourth best of 3 series that we're going to show today. So now we're just going to be, of course, checking the... we still have the highlights coming in. I'm pretty sure that Kermit's going to be dropping by at some point as well. And so what do you feel about Alex, about the matches today in general? Like, how do you feel? Like, has there been any changes since the last tournament? Something like worth noticing?
I think that we've had a lot of good matches today. I will just say I'm seeing a lot of the team members from BBE in the chat. Guys, your first time, you know, and you put up a good fight, especially in that first game. I thought you put up a good fight. But yeah, keep practicing. You'll get there. It's all teams, you know, have matches like this. In all fairness, I've seen Trelleborg have matches like this, which is interesting, especially in the early days. But yeah, I think all today's matches have been interesting. They've been a lot of fun. The most interesting, the ones that have had the biggest impact today, I think, have been the ones where we yet again have seen teams disrupting each other. Have tried to make the other teams play in a way that they want them to play rather than the way that team wants to play in the first place.
And now we're going to be heading to the replays, but definitely I agree with you, Alex, that the matches have been very entertaining for the whole day. I mean, the strategies, like you said, that they have been disruptive. I think the drops have been like spot on as well, because sometimes we have seen these games when there's like I think we have had days when the drops, because they're random, so sometimes the drops are, you know, not bringing the teams the kind of like the tools to be disruptive. But today the drops have been definitely on that point. I'm not sure. I do have a feeling that Terminator is here as well. So, Kermit, can you also tell me what do you think about the matches today?
Yeah, I mean, it was cool to see. Thanks for welcoming me back. It was a fun day, but yeah, it was fun to see some different teams on the broadcast. I think today we definitely saw some familiar faces like Diokka we're seeing on screen now, My Insanity and such. But getting to see some of these newer teams, and I hope that seeing new teams will encourage more and more teams to get involved, because even though BBE did struggle in their first attempt here, they said they had fun, and that's, I think, the main goal at the end of the day. Of course, you want to win, you want to compete, but having fun is the main goal.
Yeah, and I might sit here and go, what are they doing? That's because I watched an awful lot of FSL. So there's, you know, and there are times where I've sat here and I've gone, with, you know, really big teams, what the hell are they doing? Because You do get that, and it does happen, and I'm encouraged that they've had fun, and that hopefully we will see them again in lots of these matches, because everybody starts somewhere, and it's great to see so many teams coming in.
That is true. Definitely an enjoyable day. But I mean, if the matches today were great, I mean, I can't even believe what they're gonna be tomorrow. They should be pretty dope, to be honest. And of course, you can find the all the match informations about the. So make sure to check the FSL esports on Twitter and all the social media, so you'll get all the information about the match lineups for tomorrow as well. Also, you can find the results of the matches which were not shown on the broadcast from the FSL.Giants. Software.com. You can find it from there as well.
Yeah, there's
I will
lot
say,
of matches still taking place off of the broadcast today. So Cortiva versus Vermeer's Flamboyance, My Insanity versus Diatka, Trelleborg against the winner of Equal and Team Charlie, which is still to be decided according to the website, and then Sim Game Alliance versus Ledner as well.
I will say, Gogolin, kudos to you for jumping the bridges at every chance you got. It was very entertaining to see, and yeah, you did get caught up on it once, which was also very entertaining to see. But yeah, it's always good to see players taking chances like that, I think.
Now, when you mention it, I mean, about the bridge jumping, I mean, immediately when you said it, that you're completely on point, because I did notice that he jumped a lot, but now when you said it, like every opportunity, he was always there flying, even with that small tail of his from the bales as well. So maybe we start calling him the flying squirrel or something. I don't know.
Everyone, don't forget about the giveaway going on for the Kubota Pack DLC for Farming Simulator 22. If you haven't purchased that already, here's a good chance. Go enter the giveaway via the gleam.io link. If you win, you'll be contacted via the email you used to sign up for it. So you don't have to be around when the winner is announced. But I know Alex earlier talked about how much he's loving the Kubota Pack. I personally am loving it as well. So good opportunity for you all to win it.
Absolutely, and as I said earlier, it is a fantastic DLC. I actually was playing around with it earlier this morning and having a lot of fun with it. So yeah, well worth entering that. Get your entries in, and as Kermit said, you don't have to be here to win it, but you do have to be here to click on the link to get through to enter it.
Excellent.
Right, we are wrapping up because that is the end of today's games. We are going to be back tomorrow. We've got the finals tomorrow. We've got lots of great games for you. We've got Trelleborg coming through, I think. Trying to see.
Yeah, I don't think it's been decided yet, but probably.
It's not, no.
Same
I
time
say that
tomorrow,
and go
though.
to the...
Yeah, same time tomorrow,
yeah.
10 a.m. Central European time, 4 a.m. Eastern, whatever that equals out to for you. We'll have 7 matches from the quarterfinal stages all the way to the final on, and Copter and Virtual Farmer and myself will all be back. So I'm going to sign off for now and let these guys say goodbye to you, but hope to see you all tomorrow.
Yeah, of course. Thank you from my behalf as well. Definitely a nice day. And of course, I'm very eager to see you all guys tomorrow as well.
And so just remains me to sign off for the day. We will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central European time. Until